Alrighty. I'll just move this out of the way. Okay. So the goal for today is to first off fix my thing because it's not working properly. I'm trying to start up the server on like local, and 2567 the port is being used, so I just gotta like remember how to figure out like what's using that port, kill that service, get the game server running, then I can test and everything will be great. But the goal for today is to make more progress on the front end. So if I go to Yacht, or Yacht, I guess it's what it's called, there's a couple issues. First off, it only shows 2 players, and I got a new requirement that it needs to support more than 2 players. So if there's like 4 or something, I need to have like little tiny avatars or something, and then I need to show all of them, and then I'll have like the last column just kind of like iterate over all the people, kind of like all the other games have. So if you've played on Funi and you've played Funi Flippers, and you play with like a bunch of bots, for example, like 100, it doesn't show all 100 of these at a time. I mean, it does on the left, but the canvas only has enough space to show like 7 other people, right? Committee, howdy. Nico, hi, how's it going, y'all? So that's kind of the plan, is make this Yacht dice game act more like one of these. So smaller avatar, and have one of them just iterate between all the people. And then I also need to be able to, when I roll the dice, I need to show the roll, and I need to show the correct values, and then I need to be able to click on them to like lock them in so that they don't get re-rolled. So that's another step. So I think I'll do it one part at a time. And I'll probably start just with the scoreboard, just because I kind of want to finish up the scoreboard, and then we'll move on. So, oh, and also, there's something else I want to do. So, I don't just work on Funi, I also do this book thing. Let me just make sure I don't leak something important. I don't think I can. I think everything's just like in Funi, it's in a .env file. But because it didn't intend on really streaming this one, there might be something somewhere. So let me just take a look at my LLM provider stuff and the way that this all works. And then if it all looks good, I'll share it. Let me open AI provider. Looks like I did it the smart way. Okay, so here you can kind of see a little bit of my agent thingy-mabobber. It's not an agent, it's like a pipeline for LLMs, and it's like for translation and editing of books, right? So you can kind of see the way I do this is I'll have like an LLM provider thing, for example, an OpenAI provider, right? And hold on. Okay, well that's that was a bit scary. No, okay, great. Everything's fine. I didn't leak anything important. Thank God. Okay. I saw some like text and I was like, wait a minute. No, we're good. Okay. Anyways, you can kind of see the way I do this. I've got like some kind of model cost. And so, well, the first step there would be, let's add GPT-5 to this. So, I want to run this. I want to run this on like a sample that I have, and I want to compare the quality to O3 because I've already done this with O3, and I don't know if I've done O3 Pro, but this will give us some kind of like a benchmark, right? It'll give us some kind of way to see what the quality difference is between O3 and GPT-5. And I'm just going to have it in English because I think that's going to be the most useful because I can actually read that. Cached is going to cost us 0.125 and output costs 10. Alright, so this is what the cost looks like for GPT-5. I haven't updated any of these others. Crazy thing though is that GPT-5 released cheaper than GPT-4. What does this thing do? This does translations. So given a book in any language that you want, translate it to any other language that you want. I mean, I've got kind of like a whitelist right now. I've got French, Italian, Spanish, German, and Portuguese, I believe. So I just give it the file. I say what language I want it translated into, and then it converts the entire book into that language, and then it does like proofreading and stuff, and it makes sure the grammar is good, and it makes sure that it's following like a particular syntax, because some of these other languages will have multiple ways to represent something. For example, in like German or French or something, you've got guillemets. It's like these little angle brackets for the quotes, and then sometimes they'll have dashes for the quotes, and you got to make sure that it's consistent because of the way this works. How long does it take to translate? It can take, it depends. So with some of the models it takes 30 minutes, with some of the others it takes like 5-10 hours, but it's still much better than a human. Kind of just depends on the quality. Like if I'm using O3 Pro, it is super slow, super expensive. This costs like $200 for a book, whereas O3, and by the looks of it, GPT-5 is gonna cost like 20 bucks, 15, somewhere around there, way cheaper. But this is a ton of tokens. There's like stack ranking that happens. There's multiple calls like per chapter of the book that occur, because I mean there's a lot to it. So if I take a look at, I think this file here kind of goes into it. Yeah, so you can see here I've got kind of a few rules that I can say like per language, and I can be like, okay, well this language really shouldn't be containing certain characters in it, and so if it does, just reject it, try again, and it just like throws it out. And of course every time you throw something out it's going to cost money. Is GPT-5 cheaper than 4? Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, they might have lowered the price of the other models, but on release this GPT-5 is in fact cheaper than the others. So can I, like, okay, so we've got O3 here. Let's see the cost of O3. Yeah, O3 is pretty much still the same. What about GPT 4.1? Yeah, look at that. See, GPT 4. Hold on, let me maybe close some of these things. Oh, yeah, this seems fine. Yeah, okay. So yeah, you can see here GPT 5 cheaper on the input, more expensive on the output, which is still cheaper for this because maybe it's cheaper for this. But that's a crazy difference. Context window, max output tokens. This part's very important, especially if you're doing book translations. So I need to compare this to O3 actually, not 4.1. 4.1 does a bad job at translations. So if I compare this to O3 Pro, this is what I used to use. And is it? Yeah. Okay, so 100,000 versus 128,000. That's very important. Notice how GPT-5 has a larger max output and context window. This is so important. If you give a large chapter to GPT or to O3 Pro, then it gets lazy. It does not like doing very large chapters, like 20,000 characters, I think. It'll do like half that size. So I have to have like heuristics in here, and I'm like, oh, you've deleted so many characters, there's no way you can convey the same amount of information. So you've clearly gotten lazy, and I just throw it away and I run it again. It's awful. What if you translate to a right to left language? Yeah, I don't do that. Again, I kind of do a whitelist of languages. I don't translate to everything. There's no real need to from a business sense, but this is kind of how I do things. Your teacher told you you can skip a class if you translate 50 pages from a book. Oh my god. And it was about constructing ships. Oof. Yeah, translating is not easy. There's a lot that goes into it. And it's not as simple as like, oh, plug in the words for the language. You've got to make sure the grammar flows well. You've got to make sure that like it's idiomatic for that language, that it's smooth and it, you know, it's got a cadence that it is expected for that language so that things flow well. There's a lot. And there's definitely certain hiccups with like this automatic translation that I'm trying to get rid of, that I'm trying to like overcome. And I'm hoping that GPT-5 will get me there, but based on like the current progress, I suspect this isn't going to be really amazing for at least another year. Howdy, Emily. So about 1 to 1.5 years away is what I'm thinking before we have like these fully automatic AI pipelines that are able to translate at a better quality than like a $2,000 translator. Just because of like, I'll show you kind of like an example, right? We're gonna have it do an editing job, so not a full translation, just editing. All right, so we added GPT-5 here. Now we kind of gotta come down and make some improvements when we do queries. So this is kind of like a gross way of handling this thing, right? You know what? We've got enough of these models. I think maybe we should rewrite this. We're gonna call it just models instead, because I need to provide extra information here. So we're gonna have input, some other stuff, but I also want to include like extra config, because if you come down here, I've got this thing where I'm like checking the model name and then I'm adding extra configuration. So different models with OpenAI work slightly differently and have slightly different configurations. One of the things that they added with GPT-5 is the ability to specify how wordy its output is. So as far as the like little API stuff that I deal with, I don't want to have to think about any of this, right? Because I don't want to have to rewrite all of my code every time a new model comes out. It would just be ridiculous. So what I instead do is I have like this really pared down, like minimal syntax that I care about, which is like, I can tell it, do a cheap job or do a quality job. That's it. And maybe I'll throw in something else. I'll be like long and quality or something. I don't know. Maybe I'll make it like some flags or something. We'll see. But that's basically what I want. It's like certain LLM tasks, maybe they run a whole bunch of times. Maybe quality doesn't matter so much, so I say cheap. Other ones, I want just the best thing ever. I do not care. Money is no issue. Just give me the best, right? That would be like for a main translation. Whereas like maybe I do cheap for like scoring something, like stack ranking, because LLMs are really good at stack ranking already. Okay, so let's move this over here. So we've got, I guess, just extra config. Do we have any kind of types for this? What do we got going on here? Request options, and yeah, it must be this request options. So we've got fetch options. No, it's more like this max output tokens and other stuff. Response create params. Maybe it's one of these. Which is stream and something else. Okay, come on, where's this defined? If I go here. Oh, there we go, perfect. So that's response create params base. Which I guess is kind of what this is. Yeah, okay, sure, whatever, we'll use that type. Let's just call it just params. It'll make it optional, and then response create param space. Is this not exported properly? Because I would expect it to just be from OpenAI. Ah, they don't export this. Howdy, Opus. Doing all right. Right now we are... Well, I'm doing kind of like a side tangent right now because on last stream I said I was going to do some GPT-5 stuff and kind of compare its performance with O3. And then I got lazy and I didn't actually run it yet. So I'm doing an integration here to my book translation. And then we're going to run the book translation while I'm streaming. Just stick it to the side. And what this is going to do is it's going to do some editing work for just like some random text that I've already used for O3. And we can compare and contrast GPT-5 and O3's editing abilities. Did I think of slapping a text-to-speech on top of the translated book? So, I mean, there's things like 11 labs and there's other models here that will create interesting, like, speech or whatever. I haven't tried it, so one idea is that you do Audible or something, right? So maybe you use something like 11 labs, and if it's high enough quality that no human can reasonably tell, maybe it would be fine. But I don't think we're there. Maybe in like 6 months or a year, maybe 2 years, I'm not sure. Like, there's a very high bar for these. You can't just give people slop, you know, they need something good. Once a model is jailbroken? Oh yeah, so there's this Pliny, I believe, Pliny the Liberator, and he does some really awesome stuff. So probably like Libertas. I don't know if y'all have ever heard of this, but basically it's a bunch of jailbreak scripts for a whole bunch of different LLMs. And he updates it. Looks like it's pretty recent. Yeah, cool, awesome. So this script here is supposed to work and you just like copy paste. Is this gonna be like Rickroll or something? It is, yes, it is Rickroll. Okay, that's, yeah, awesome. But he has like all these like jailbreak scripts. And I'm guessing this one here is probably for GPT-5. Oh, yeah, see, it's already jailbroken. Very cool. So apparently, if you copy paste this little prompt, then you can ask a GPT-5 to create any number of things that it wouldn't normally do. Anywho, that's Pliny. Very neat. So, but what we're doing is all above board. It's supposed to do this, although sometimes the model does get uppity at you if you got like something a little bit too steamy. It's a bit dumb and it'll refuse things it shouldn't refuse. They said they fixed that with GPT-5, so we're gonna see. Jailbreaks for LLMs? Yeah. There's some wild things too. So apparently, I was watching Theo's stream a little bit after we raided him last time. Apparently, you can have one LLM that's been trained a certain way or like to have certain beliefs or biases, and you can have it to generate random stuff, which isn't truly random if you think about like the way these things work. And then you can give that information and you can have another model train on it, and then it will kind of bring with it those biases from the other model. So that's kind of neat. It's like these random numbers aren't truly random and convey information and can steer a model towards something. Can you get in trouble for just jailbreaking? I mean, technically you can get in trouble for anything that violates terms of service or something, right? So, up to you. I mean, I don't think there's any laws against it right now, but I'm not a lawyer. You'd have to ask an LLM or something if you can get in trouble for something like that. Like, I would be really careful with anything that's like on OpenAI or something that's hosted. If it's not like a model that's being run locally, I'd be really careful with the jailbreaking and stuff like that. Like, I don't even run the jailbreak stuff on my own OpenAI thing. Alright, anywho, I need a type for this, so what kind of type can we get from here? The problem is this is not exported as far as I know. What is exported? Do we have anything? No, I don't have anything like that. Okay. Yeah, so for that's not exported, I'll have to get clever if I want those types. Or I can just be like, yeah, it's a whatever type, you know? It's an asconst satisfies, so I think I'm just gonna go simple here. I'm just gonna make this a record string any, which I know is kind of shit because I don't have nice autocompletes in this section, but I think it might be okay. The alternative would be make this nasty type that makes it work, and then I'm tempted, but it takes extra time and I don't know if it's worth it. Basically you'd go like OpenAI response config equals type of responses dot creates let's see, this would be responses. That should be responses, right? Why is that being upset with me? Is it because it's not type of OpenAI like this? Oh, it's not OpenAI, it's OpenAI provider. Or no, OpenAI dot... Oh, come on. Prototype responses create. What am I doing wrong here? Is it that? There we go. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. What is Agentic Book Project? This is a book translation thing. Still working on Funi, but just taking a short little detour to look into GPT-5 a little bit more. Can't you do return type? Yes, not return type. This would be something args, which this project isn't going to have, but Funi should have a few of these somewhere. Parameters of, yeah, parameters, that's what I'm looking for. So you go parameters of this whole thing, and then you do 0, and then it's response create param space. There we go, now we've got the type. And then we say non-nullable because we don't want it to be undefined. It's just that easy, just that easy. Have I got my Pikachu hat? In my closet somewhere. Alrighty. Oh, also, I'm real curious. So, I know some streamers don't do the music. Like, Theo, for example, doesn't have music on, and whenever I stream on both Twitch and YouTube, for some reason, like, YouTube is always getting the music track, and it's not supposed to. I told it not to, but that's causing my YouTube videos to get like muted in places. So I'm curious what y'all think. Should stream keep music? Stream keep music? Yes. No. Let's do a 5-minute poll there. So I'll do a poll. I was tempted to just go live like without music, but I wanted to know what y'all think. And then we got OpenAI response config here, which I think is just as simple as that, really. Not a simple yes or no question. Sure it is. Can do a separate OBS audio channel. I do that already, Nico. I have it on audio track 2. So this video is gonna get a copyright due to the music? Yeah, they've all been getting them on YouTube. Alrighty. So now I should be able to come in here and I should be able to say params. And I can be like, this is 03. So let's do max output tokens of 100,000. And let's do reasoning effort high. And it's happy, even though it says it's not happy. We just have to make sure it's partial there. I should uninclude it in the VOD. That's what I try to do already. But I don't know why YouTube is including it. I've got this like a multicaster thing plugin for OBS. So, I mean, I guess I could dig into the code for it if it's open source and maybe we can figure out what's going on. But for now, it's always being included. Oh, anything is fine? Yeah, I could maybe do that. Just have some kind of like background noise. I'm not sure what I want the background noise to be. Like, it could even be like some kind of game music or something. Like, I know some streamers have like WoW music, for example, in the background. I could do like RuneScape music or something. Howdy, Cody, how's it going? Alright, so there we go. We got the params for 03. Let's go ahead, we'll do the same thing for 03 Pro. And really, that looks the same. 03 Pro and just this is the same thing. Alrighty. I guess I'll just copy paste this whole thing. You know what, I'm lazy, I'm just gonna put it on one line, who cares? Alright, and I guess all of the non-O's normally get something else. Howdy Galahad, how's it going? Alright, now GPT-5. This one's the new one. We've got different params this time. Once that how I prefer just not using Next.js. Because I want a clear separation between client and server. Let's see. Now this one is a bit longer, so let's see, where is 03 goes, or GPT-5 goes up to 128K. So we're gonna modify this to 128. Reasoning effort, I want that to be still high. But there's something else. I don't know if this client is gonna have it. I gotta update the package JSON real fast because my OpenAI version is not gonna have GPT-5 stuff in it. So let's just update these. Canvas, why the hell does it have canvas? What is that? Yeah, you know what, YOLO, let's just update everything. I like to keep things updated. For large projects, it gets a little hard to keep things updated just because there's so many things, right? But if it's... Oh, I guess I was supposed to be bun install? Whatever, I don't care. Should be good now. So now I need whatever the hell this new thing is. Service tier, tool choice, truncation. No, there's some kind of like an output thing. It's not max output tokens. They added something else. GPT-5 API. Does this translate PDFs? No. So if you want to do PDF translation, PDFs are like, I hate the format because it's not as clear as just here's the text in the file. It's like, oh, this is kind of an image. So if you're trying to do GPT-5, you're trying to do PDF, you have to use Tesseract, I believe it's called. It has kind of been like the go-to for OCR. I don't know if there's something, I'm sure there's something better nowadays, but for the longest time, and probably still today, Tesseract is what you use to kind of extract text out of like a PDF or something. Sit-ups, leg raises? Oh man. Alrighty, here we go. Tesseract was so bad the last time you tried it? Yeah, it was pretty bad a decade ago. I need to copy paste text? Now I gotta do sit-ups right now. Not a good sign starting this early. Yeah, who knows?
Tell me what you want,
There we go. How's that? Howdy, how's it going, monkey? You come at the right time? Oh geez, words. As red as your error messages? Yeah, pretty red, huh? Get that six-pack? Working on it. Alrighty. So, they have a blog post on GPT-5, right? Or something on the release. And it goes over GPT-5 chat. I already have a six-pack. You can probably, actually. But it's not visible if I eat a lot, so if I cut down a bit. Okay, where is the thing for this? Maybe it's here? Coding? No, it's not that. This might be the wrong page. Yeah. Maybe it's this one? I don't want the research. I don't want any of that jazz. Get the Pikachu hat. Let's see, was it redeemed? Not redeemed. Okay, let me go grab it real fast, just in case. Alright, got a Pikachu hat. So, let's see. Where does it show? You know what? Actually, I have an idea. GPT-5 released, or API released, with a new feature about... Wait. Can I just view this on the OpenAI? On the playground? I don't think it'll show me. I think it's... It's not very useful there. The productivity meter. So like the thing is, actually, is that even now with streaming, it's nice because it's like very focused. So I'll have like 4 or 5 hours of really focused stuff. Verbosity, here it is. So this is what I was talking about. You can do reasoning effort, and you can do verbosity. And then summary, I can do null. Displays a summary of the model's internal process. We'll leave it as auto. I don't know if it matters a whole lot. And then for text format, I do just regular. Although, there is a particular format that I saw, it's like one that OpenAI trains with. You'll help me focus? Yeah, you do. That's the opposite of what you're here for? Well, it still works, right? Because I gotta be on the whole time. Sharing screen would be good. Oh yeah! Y'all can't see what it is I'm doing. Okay, so here you go. This is the OpenAI playground. This is where I go to kind of see my usage and my logs and a whole bunch of other stuff. Very useful. Fine-tuning is not very useful though, unfortunately, because if I try to create something, you can't pick the latest models. You can't even choose GPT-5. If I could choose GPT-5, oh my god, it would be so good. Maybe soon, hopefully. But these little options here, I believe are the same thing as if I were to come over here and I could just be like, let's add verbosity. Oh, come on. Verbosity high. It's not happy with that. Okay. Why is it not happy with that? Is it because of this? Like, if I go here and I say model start, no, that's not gonna be. What if I say GPT-5? There's no way I'm gonna get verbosity. Maybe I don't have access to verbosity. So like, okay, let's go here. I don't have anything. Okay, what if we go here? Verbosity. Here we go. This is what I want. Response text config. So how is response text config set up? Text. Okay, so it's not part of verbosity, it's part of text. And then I have, this is what I want, yes. Okay. We're getting there, we got verbosity in. What about effort? High and low. Oh, that's only for Jippity image, that's not very useful now, is it? How goes the iron? Yeah, I can show you real fast. So, I haven't been on old school RuneScape while streaming, but I have been playing it like every day. So I've been really working on Alchemical Hydra, and I'm working on the Araxite. What's my tech stack? I'll show you in a second, Daniel. Alright, so my current thing that I'm trying to do is I've got 89 Herblore, and I'm trying to hit 90 Herblore for Chambers of Xeric, or Cox. And part of that involves getting these Araxite Venom Sacks. So I'm going in here, I don't have any like proper Venom stuff. I could do a +5 boost to get to 94, and then I can make potions which protect me from the damage these guys do. But it's really tough because it's like an 8% chance with the spicy stew. And before I do that, I have to have like a bunch of these components so that whenever I do land on it, I can make all the potions I need like within 1 minute, because it's all the time I'll have. So I'm going in here and then I'm just like waiting for this venom to become bad. So I'm about to get hit for a lot of damage in like 1 second. So now I'm gonna eat this, and it restores my, or like it resets my venom timer, because this thing every like 15 seconds or so it does more and more damage. Howdy Daily, how's it going? But you asked about RuneScape and how I'm doing on my iron. This is currently where I'm at. Trying to get these little venom sacks. Have I seen the new Varlamore Herblore minigame? Yeah, in fact, I already have the potion thingy-mabobber. It's super, super nice. I definitely recommend rushing for it. You see I'm switched completely to game dev. I do game dev, I play games, I don't know, I code. I don't just do game dev though. I'm, you know, I code all sorts of things. So then I'll let it hit me for a 10, and then 12 is too much, so I'm gonna use another Venom Sac to reset that damage. But this will become very easy. If I wish I had the thing from Zulrah. See there, I just reset it. Do I vibe code sometimes? I do. But I don't vibe code in the way that a lot of people vibe code. So my idea of vibe coding is use something like Claude, and then review the code and make sure it's good and actually clean. Share other projects besides game dev. I'm sharing a different project besides game dev right now. So, alright, let me go ahead and log out of, you know, RuneScape again real fast. But I recently got some stuff on here that I'm really happy about. I recently got this new prayer, Deadeye, and I also finished my quest cape. So, very happy with that. I've done Toa, I have. So the thing about Toa, or Theater, or Toa, I've also done TOB. So the thing about Theater of Blood is there's a quest that requires you to do it. If you do Theater of Blood before you do the quest, you can skip that part of the quest. So it works really great. Am I a coder, a developer, or a software engineer? Whatever you want to call me. You know, I've been writing code for the last 16, 17 years. I consider myself a software engineer because, I don't know, it's, you know, there's like engineering principles and things that you apply to, you know, make sure that something is gonna meet the standard it needs to be at, right? So like, the same way you wouldn't build a bridge for like $1 billion when it's, you know, gonna have like a, you know, maybe 2 cars a day over it. You're not gonna do the same kind of like infrastructure for some, like, you know, a tiny little project, right? Like you wouldn't use a Kubernetes cluster and like some super heavy stuff if you're not going to get any traffic. You're not going to over-engineer the thing. But at the same time, you're not going to like be stupid about your, you know, your data structures. Like you're going to use the right data structures and stuff. Right. Anywho, response input image is not that. Okay. Anyways, I added this text verbosity, which I'm hoping is enough. I don't know, is that the new thing though? New feature about velocity or something. Elaborate and show an example. Usage and TypeScript. Provide a link to the documentation. That should be good enough. Now, I know this model wasn't trained on the latest info, but I believe it can pull from the internet as well, so it should still be able to figure this out. Romance novels? Well, this is something, you know, this is, yeah. Added a verbosity param. Okay, yeah, I know it did. But I really want a reference to the docs. Let me make sure that everything's fine here. Verbosity. It mentions verbosity. Create chat completions. Oh, maybe this is a responses, so maybe it's because it's not a chat completion. Because I'm using the responses API. There's like 2 different APIs. Well, maybe if I take a look at responses. You know what? I'm gonna say that this is probably the right thing, so I'm gonna try it. Let's see. How does this pricing model work? Will OpenAI give you an invoice at the end of the month? So the way the API works for OpenAI is for every request, it will give you kind of like a result, and you can use that to figure out what the cost is. So I actually have this calculate response cost. I get a response. It tells you what model was used, and then it includes a breakdown of all of the tokens in that request. And you can also do like a streaming response, and I believe you'll probably get some like partial data. Then you can also cancel a response before it's finished. But using this information, I know what the prices are for the different models. I just update this every once in a while. I'm sure there's like an API request I can do to get like up-to-date info, but it's not super important. I don't care enough. And then I'll get like an estimate down here with all the pricing. Okay, so we got this model thing. If model starts with that, that's fine. But I want this max output tokens to be included in all of my other params. So let's go ahead and do that real fast. And then we'll go ahead and I'll run this and we'll try it out with GPT-5 and see how it goes. So all of this gets simplified now, and it's just model dot params, right? Model starts with, oh, this is not the, okay, hold on. It's got model name. Model name, oh right, yeah, these responses, that you can also do background responses, which I hate so much. It makes it so complicated. But because O3 Pro is like mega slow, I had to do like this weird background polling thing because it took like 10 minutes or more per request. What's my favorite Final Fantasy summon? Ooh, Knights of Round is pretty cool. But it depends, like, if you're talking about like specifically Final Fantasy X, like those kind of summons, or you mean like across any game ever? Because, you know, Knights of Round, that's Final Fantasy VII. If we're talking like 10 exclusively, that's a tough one. Across all games? Yeah, probably Knights of Round is pretty cool. Bahamut's always like awesome. I don't know, there's a lot of cool ones. Shiva's really neat in Final Fantasy X, I like that one a lot. Okay, wait, so what's going on here? Oh, model is model name. And then what is this? Why is this upset? Input is specified more than once. Ah, okay. Exclude from, or let's omit from partial inputs. It should be happy now. It's not happy. Why is it not happy? I excluded input. What do you mean it's specified more than once? I did model. Oh. Model params. Probably don't need this input thing then, hopefully. There we go. Howdy Arnold, how's it going? Alrighty. So now the new param is set up. I guess it's time to stop procrastinating and actually run this thing. Okay. Let me find the book real quick here. So I go here, then we go to books. Is it this one or which? Oh goodness, which of these was it? It wasn't under miscellaneous, I don't think. You know, I don't actually remember which book I used for this. Oh, I think it's because it's not in that location. Oh, where did I stick it? Okay, hold on. I'm looking on my computer right now, trying to figure out where I stuck this thing. It wasn't one of these, was it? Oh, maybe it is. Okay, I think it's this one. Yeah. I've got some random book here, so I got, okay. So, final V1, final. I wanna say it's this book. Let me, hold on, let me just blank the screen real quick, just to double check. I wanna say it's this one. God, it's been so long. Close up? Yeah. Okay. I think it's this one. So I'm gonna go ahead and we'll run it. We'll see how it goes. Howdy, senpai. So the way I do this is I say translate, and then I give it a path, such as this one here, and I say what language I want it translated into. Right. It's already cached. So let me just rename the cache and rename the output. And then I can run it again. Well, hold on, let me double check though that this is the right one. I'm not 100% sure that this is the right one. Let's see, I believe this was on here. And if I scroll up, I should be able to find it. Where was it? No, it's not that one. Okay, found it. Alright, this was the wrong book, actually. So the right one is that name. Okay, let me just try to find that. Where the hell did I copy this one to? Okay. I found the file. What's the path for this? Okay, there's a folder for it specifically. That's why I couldn't find it. Okay, because I'm like comparing it against like a human. Okay. I want this one to be .back. And then we do... I think this is the one. Other. What is the difference? I don't actually know. I want to say this is the original. So I think it's safe to run this one. Let me see. Yeah. Okay. This must be the original. Sorry, so translate. And let me just pop this one up in real fast. This one should have a bunch of M dashes in it. If it's what I'm thinking it is. Wait, no. This one doesn't have the M dashes. Because that was, I think, some human thing. And then this is the one. Yeah. You can see the Telltale GPT M dash. This was 03. And as you can expect, tons of M dashes everywhere. Telltale Sound of GPT. So now, what happens if we take the original and I just say translate to English? So now it's going to go through and this whole thing is going to like take a while to run, right? But yeah, it's going to go through, it's going to like try to be consistent throughout the whole book. That's why it's doing this like character voice thing. Oh, wait a minute. I messed up. Hold on. Clear. Restart the whole thing. The problem is, I forgot to change the model. Here it is. I want to use GPT-5. And for cheap quality... 4.1 still? It's 4.1, no, 4.1's more expensive now, right? So let's just GPT-5 the whole thing. Alright, now it's using GPT-5. So we'll see how that goes. And in the meantime, back to Funi. Alright, so I want to make these smaller. And I have a screenshot of what I'm going for. Alright. Something like this, where you've got tiny little things, less spacing maybe. You were playing Yahtzee last night? Nice. And then I've got to decide if I want like a separate boxes or if I just want maybe like a line. You know what? It would be simpler if we don't have the weird border thing on that. Oh, right. And I was trying to run this locally. And then I had an issue where I have to see what's running on that port. And I believe that there's one in particular that's always really annoying. It's not actually in Ubuntu, it's in Windows. And it's like IP helper service or something. Ah, right, and I don't touch it on stream because it might kill the stream. Okay. 2567. And then something like that. It's node. Okay. So let's kill it with fire. So now the server should start, right? But the thing is, I did kill all node before it and it didn't die. Maybe it's fine. Amazing Vizzle, yeah. It usually is good enough, but it's sometimes not great. Running just straight Ubuntu is always nice too. Howdy opposite, how's it going? Alright, so, okay, it worked. No, wait. It didn't work? No, it's saying that I'm unauth? Wait, what? Hold on. Why is it doing that? Just move this down a bit more. Hold on one sec. I'm not sure what it's showing. I think it's my Funi user disconnecting. Okay, yeah, I must be... Okay, it's blocking my user. So it's fine to show that, but let's see. That's just my user token. So if I try logging in, I need to kill this because I'm not properly logged in. I was like logged in on a different server, like a dev environment. My monthly visitor count for Funi, it's about 1 million. And then there's like 5 million-ish games played. Okay, let's see if I can log in now. Alright. Does it work? Whoa, why is it slow? Hey, it works. Good. Alright. I'm not sure what the issue was yesterday or the other day with it, but it seems like everything's in working order. Alright. Oh, I've still got a bunch of tabs open that are needing a reset. The problem is I don't know where they all are because I've got so many tabs. Those have some of those there. Oh yeah, how's the translation going? Nice! Oh, this is not found in the cost table. Yep, so I gotta add this as well. So it's gonna say everything is 0 cost. It's most definitely not 0 cost. But I can also just grab this info from the dashboard and it will also tell me what the actual cost is. And you can also take a look at all of the things that have occurred. So every API call goes over here. So I should be able to go here, and I should be able to, so let's see, where is it at? This here. Why is that not opening? Oh, wait, what? Oh, all these are cached and it's not actually there. Hold on. So we've got the raw and the first edit. Okay. Oh, right, it doesn't tell me the before. That's not very nice. So, I've got notes for every change it does, along with like a before and after, and this index thing here is some value, which is some internal thing. Once it's done, I'll have like a before and after I can compare with. Alright. Did I close all my tabs? No, I didn't. Okay. Maybe it's fine now? Hopefully. Okay, so what I want to do is I want to make it so that if I'm playing Yacht with a bunch of players, that I can see everybody at the same time. So the easiest way to do this is I'm just going to make a room. Then I'm going to join on a bunch of different tabs. And then we'll take a game snapshot with a bunch of players, and then we can just style it until it looks nice. I'll make this here as well. Max player count of 2. Okay, hold up. I gotta bump that up. Those were rookie numbers. I can't change. Okay, hold on. Wait, where's... Oh, this is over here. Let's set it to like a bunch. Okay. So that's edge. Alright, we're edging a little bit, but I need some chrome as well. Alright. 1, 2, wait, what? Oh, I'm signed in. That's fine. Incognito will work. Alright. That's enough. So now we start the game. Why is this Firefox? What the hell? Why is Firefox so slow? Okay. So I can roll. Let's just take one of these. Oh god, which player's turn is it? Go home, Firefox? Yeah, pretty much. Alright, so that one. Roll over here. Pick some scores. Whose turn is it now? Okay. Roll some dice. Pick some scores. Roll some... Oh, it's not... Okay. Oh my god, I don't know who it is. Not my turn, not my turn. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. Must be... It's not that one. What? I don't know whose turn it is. Time to go Brave. Yeah, Firefox is like the slowest. It doesn't help that I have a bunch of tabs open either. No! The game ended. What, because someone didn't play? Okay, well that's a bug. What? What the hell happened? Attempting to award achievement. Failed to score category. You must roll the dice before scoring. What? Okay. Yeah. Alright, awesome. So what ended up happening is during the timeouts, fixable? Yeah, this is very fixable. We gotta figure out what's calling score category, because there's something in here. It's one of these two things. On bot turn, it's not that one, it must be this one. So on set timeout. If the game is ended, so then it just calls score category. And it kills the thing. Failed to score category for user. End the game. We've got a few options. I can either make it so that score category auto rolls instead, with like maybe some kind of a config option that we don't have the client do, so that way the server can be like, hey, I want you to score a category, but like really score one. Or okay, let me see what score category currently does. You must roll the dice before scoring. Sure. I guess let's do this the simple way. Let's just roll the dice. If... Roll the dice for them. Let's just guarantee that their dice have been rolled. That should be fine. I don't think it matters if we await on this, because I believe the server is actually synchronous. It's just all of the updates that it sends out are asynchronous. So I think it's fine to not await that. And then we'll score the category. Okay. That should fix the bug. Fix bug where game ends if player doesn't move. If no moves. Then that should be good enough. Alright. So now that that's done, how's this translation thing going? Oh, look at that. Yeah, lots of things not in there. You can kind of see like small little notes about all the little chapters that are being translated or edited. Light copy edits. That remains to be seen. It also does all of this kind of simultaneously, so it will split up the work, and then it's just like, it does this as fast as possible, sending out as many requests as possible. But there is like some rate limiting happening, because even though OpenAI says that you can do like the 10,000 requests a minute or some crazy number, in practice, I find the real limit to be much lower, and you end up a lot of times with like these like issues. So I've got like some throttle thing somewhere in here that throttles everything. It's probably called like throttle or leaky bucket. I don't know. Something somewhere. Let's see, do I have any full chapters yet? It's one of these. It's this one. Almost. We got that one, this one. Oh yeah, you can kind of see like, I have these weird naming conventions. I call one like Belvaric and one Belnavix for like A and B. This is for like kind of comparing two different versions, and then I'll randomly shift them around so that the LLM doesn't have any bias. And I picked like these random names that are like equal length. Another alternative would be to maybe use like, this is version A and this is version 1 or something. But that might have a little bit of bias. If you see like version A and version B, version A is better, right? There's like this inherent bias, so you have to avoid something like that. And then it's just a bunch of those. Okay. We'll be able to see like a before and after soon. Okay, what is going on with Firefox? Which tab? Okay, we'll kill that one. That's probably fine. I just realized showing Task Manager like that, really risky. Alright, we do that, and we just join the room on a whole bunch of browsers real quick. Oh, the max player count, no! Let's bump that max player count up. I think 2 is a little bit too little. Let's go to like 4. Oh, max local players. Default config, let's do 4. I'm tempted to raise it actually. Men players 2. I almost want the minimum number of players to be like 1. You can play Yacht solo, right? It's the same game, it's just you're just competing with other people for scores. It's like basically single player. Okay, so now that it's bumped up, I should be able to just refresh and join on every character, every account. That's 4. Where's my other one? Let's say 1, 2. 3. 4. That one's not spectating. Ah, here we go. Oh, there's something else I was also taking a look at. You see this over here? This got me so excited the other day. Media devices get display media. So, I don't know how many of y'all know this, but I've really been wanting to add like a recording feature to Funi so that you can record your gameplay and then you can share it on social media. But it's really tricky because you can't take screenshots of the DOM normally. It's some like safety thing. Like you can imagine if you're typing into a password field like that, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't. I think it's for iframes. Like, let's say you have an iframe and you iframe like a bank or something, and for some reason this bank is in a third world country and allows embeds. You could take a snapshot and you could read the contents of the other site. Maybe that's a security concern. My videos out of sync with the audio? Try refreshing. That's weird. Screenshot of devices? No, like, I just want the content of the tab, right? I want to be able to read, like, whatever, all the pixels on the DOM. And the reason I want to be able to read the pixels for the tab that I am on, specifically, like if it's a Funi game, is so that I can record that and share it with the user, right? Like you can imagine like making a GIF or something else for a game you've played. But it really breaks down a lot on the browser. One thing you can do is if it's a canvas, you can take the canvas and you can grab that. So for example, like 4 in a row, chess, these have a canvas and you can just grab the content of the canvas. If you've got like a Unity game, it's fine because the whole thing's in a canvas. But a lot of Funi does not run in a canvas, right? Like all of these are just like little DOM components, just regular React. As a result, you can't just take a snapshot of it. It's not so simple. You've got third-party libraries like Modern Screenshot, but the way that these work is it actually takes all that DOM stuff and then it has some kind of like a built-in renderer that tries its best to mimic what the browser will render. And for some simple use cases, this is fine. You can actually include CSS in the canvas. So, like this here, for example. We take a screenshot. We download that screenshot. It should show here. The heck? Okay, come on. It's not. That's not the point it's supposed to prove. The point it's supposed to prove is that the image isn't perfect. It's supposed to at least render. Okay. Move it over here. Yeah. See, great. Okay, you can see there it renders. So for very simple use cases, it will create an image, right? And it will work. But for very complex UIs like Funi, with lots and lots of CSS and lots of other stuff, it does not work well. What if you record actions and replay them? You can't. I mean, like, you could do something like that if every game has the same API, right? So you'd have to write every game in a certain way, right? You'd have to have like a class or something, and then you'd have to have like an action, and it would have to have some kind of a thing where it occurs at X time, and then you would be able to replay it, but you'd have to have like a tick-based system, and then you could be like action at this tick, action at this tick, and so on. You could do that. And if this game was like RuneScape or something, where it's kind of designed that way, that would work. But Funi is very asynchronous. There's not really a tick-based system, so unfortunately it breaks down pretty quick. Okay, so where is my other user here? Oh my god. No, all of my people are getting kicked for being inactive. Okay. Just gonna move these tabs over. Okay. We got this one, we got this one. We got this one over here, that's 3. You wonder how Riot did it for League? Oh, that's easy. League is is not a browser game. League of Legends, right? So for them it's easy. If this was not in the browser, this whole thing becomes very easy. The problem is that the browser has a lot of restrictions in place to prevent bad actors and whatnot, because visiting a website should be a safe process, right? Like, you wouldn't want to be able to just go to a tab and then it record your whole screen, now would you? You know, you read your Discord messages, all that stuff. That would not be good. Send the entire DOM to the server. Render it with Chrome. That doesn't work well either. So that's an idea, and that's something I floated, but this is a lot of additional complexity, a lot of extra CPU usage for something that you would be running for, you know, hundreds of people at a time. You'd be using Playwright or something, and you'd take constant snapshots, but then how would you handle the canvas? You could send the DOM, but you'd have to also send a screenshot of the canvas contents as well. It would be messy, and it would be painful to manage. But that's why we've got this Get Media thing. Okay, let's go ahead, we'll start the game. Who's host? I should be host. Okay. So let's see, I just gotta roll some dice. And then I've got to figure out whose turn it is. Okay, over here, we'll pick a thing, roll some dice, pick a thing, roll some dice, pick a thing, roll some dice, pick a thing. Has everyone had a chance to play? I don't think so. There we go. Okay, okay, everyone's had a chance to play. Great. We'll go back to this, to my turn, and then we'll take a snapshot. Copy object. Oh, and alright, things are good. I'm not gonna make a move, I'm not gonna roll any dice. I want to make sure that it rolls it for me and the game continues. So it should roll the dice and then pick a random category. There we go. Probably the only way to get it pixel perfect. It's not the only way. There is get display media. It might be gross. We'll see. but it kind of enables you to do the thing, but you do have to request user permissions first. Which might be okay. I might be able to have like a little button here, it says like record or something. And you could click it and you could record your game. It's not ideal. We'll see. I got a couple ideas. I either do that, or I make it so that only the content of a canvas is recorded. Get display media is a bit away from baseline support. It's good enough. So it's not supported on Firefox. Okay. It is not that one. Hold on, there's stupid HTML. Why has it gotta be like this? Where was the thing? Get display media and using screen capture. This is the one. What the hell? It says get display media. I know it's not on Firefox. Why does this say Firefox? It doesn't work on Firefox. Does it? I thought it didn't. Controller option. Oh. Maybe it was this one? I don't remember. Yeah, it's a bit jank. But the worst part is that it creates this like really nasty dialogue where you can choose which screen you want to record. And I don't want any of that. I want it to be like, just record this tab, make it as simple as possible. Ideally without even the user having to do something, like they just click a button and it just works. But I don't know. I don't think we've got the technology for that. Alright, so there we go, we got the thing. Let's go to Yacht stories. And let's make a new one. Let's call it multiple or many players. And we'll make a game component. Is Yacht. Paste the giant store thing. So this is super nice because now we don't have to actually have a bunch of browsers and do all that setup stuff. It's all kind of done for us. Take a look at the translation thing. And see here, it's saying that the quality is getting better. But is it actually? Nah. We'll see. Sit-up stuff? Oh, we did so many sit-ups already. We did like 21. Or some number. Oh, right. I have to restart the client. This is something that I don't currently do. I don't have like a nice way to rerun and regenerate that. So let's see. Oh yeah, this content, by the way, in old school RuneScape, I really enjoy. There's like these two bosses, they're called the Royal Titans, and they drop like these improved prayer scrolls. One for ranged, one for mage, and as well as the staff. I killed this boss one time, not the ice guy, but the fire guy, and he dropped the staff piece. So I got really, really lucky. Alright, so let's do many players. It should be configured for us. Great, it is. Interesting that both of these are identical, but probably is fine. I hope. Is it? Yeah, I mean, it looks like it's fine. I probably just managed to get the same score as the other person. I don't remember. Alright, so I need more people here. So what I'm gonna try doing Do you think an AI can do this, or do you think this is going to be too difficult? I feel like it's going to be too difficult for the AI. Because it needs to iterate over like other classes. This is like opponent classes. I guess opponent classes is fine. But I need this to be one per. Okay, so Yacht scorecard grid. So let's see. We need a number of columns. OSRS is an interesting game. Yeah, so I think the thing that makes old school RuneScape really good is that you have random numbers like all over the place, right? All of the item drops for all the mobs, random chance to get like some super awesome item. I mean, sure, like some mobs don't really drop anything good, like goblins, but most of like the higher level ones do. And you've got tons and tons of randomness all over the place. Well, the whole combat system is random. You're just rolling dice basically for every hit and every block. So that's really good. People like randomness. There's just something about it that's inherently fun. That's probably why Gamba is a big thing. But yeah, is that combined with number go up, which is a lot of fun. Alrighty. So somewhere over here I've got a grid. Grid calls 3 and grid calls 6. It must be this. Yeah, it is. So I need to bump up the number of grid columns based on the number of players, meaning that we must know how many people are in the game. So I need to know, use player count. Let's just call it something simple. Use player count. This could be return number of active players. Very easy. Is the users enough information? It probably is. We can also base it off of the queue. I mean, really, either should be fine. Let's just use queue. And let's return. I broke it! What did I break? Oh no, what, is Funi down? What do you mean, wait, what's broken? It looks like it's up. It seems fine. What are you talking about? Oh, wait, it's done editing already? I wonder how much that cost us. Let's take a look. Oh wait, that's the wrong one. OpenAI Playground, not Gemini. Alright. So we click on usage here. Make sure that I don't leak anything important. Alright, that only cost us $20 to edit a book. Did it do a good job? Did it do a bad job? I have no clue. But you can see it was really easy, right? I basically just run a single command and then it just does the whole book. But the question is, how is the quality? So this one here has been edited. I don't see as many M dashes in GPT-5 compared to this was the one in 03. And the original is this one here. So this one's unedited. Fresh pine and the faintest trace. Like fresh pine with the faintest trace. I do prefer with. I think that sounds better than and. I think I prefer the sometimes without the comma as well. It changed the, like these little apostrophes, which it doesn't need to. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it changes it or not. It left a lot the same, which is interesting because 03 just changed a bunch of other stuff. That's interesting. It looks like GPT-5 was way more conservative with the edits compared with 03, which is just like completely different. Huh. I prefer it being more conservative. It might actually be an improvement. Oh, and look at that. It's not overusing the M dashes like 03 was. So here's 03 on the right. This also is correct grammar, where it's so like for plurals, if it's a girl apostrophe s, then it's like a singular girls. If it's girls apostrophe s like afterwards, then it's like the ownership is a group of girls, like, you know, 2 or more. So for this, it should be s apostrophe. So that is correct. Yeah, there's less M dashes. You can see there's an M dash up here in this line, 39. Girls's is incorrect. Yes, girls's is also incorrect, but it's not girls's, it's girls, like this. You put the apostrophe after the plural, right? For the possessive or whatever it's called. Let's see, what does the bottom look like? Yeah, it might be better. Okay, now I'm curious. What is the quality between these versions? So let's do Pro. I'm curious how Pro works. Okay, I'm gonna take this version. I'm gonna make a copy of it. I'm gonna rename it to something. I'll call it Belnavix. Okay, so this version is GPT-5. And now I'm gonna give it a version that was edited by a human, which I believe is this one here. And we're gonna see which one's better. So you're an elite, steamy, contemporary, romance, novel, proofreader. Score both edits of this story. They were done by different people. Should include fluency, grammar, enjoyability. I don't know, what else do we want on here? My Twitch and YouTube channels are the best in terms of development. Thanks, Douglas. You really like Funi? I appreciate that a lot. I've put so much effort into it. Use a translator? Well, I appreciate it. Alrighty. So we've got fluency, we've got grammar, we've got enjoyability. What are the other categories you would care about? Fluency, grammar, enjoyability. Best seller chance and machine edit probability plus any other categories you think make sense. Score each category 0 to 100 and provide an overall 100 score for each version. Explain your reasoning. There we go. All right. That's probably going to take some time. GPT-5 Pro, I believe, is like the new O3 Pro, so it's going to be very slow. This could be anywhere from like a minute, it could be 10, 15 minutes. Really not sure how long this is going to take. You can also see here, this was a lot of tokens, but for 20 bucks, you can't beat it. That's awesome. You're not going to find a human editor that can edit a book for $20. And I'm also really curious. You know what? Let's do the same thing. Let's do a before and after. Like the raw book compared with the edit that we just did. So this one was GPT-5 versus a human editor. This one's going to be GPT-5 versus raw. So the raw file is going to be this one. And we'll paste that here. The tests cost a fortune. Like every time you run a test, it costs $20. That's for like a whole book, right? Normally, if I'm testing something, I'm not going to do like an entire book. So I might do like a chapter or something. It'll be like 50 cents, $1. But it's very expensive. This is not cheap. And of course, if you want like a good representation, you know, you gotta spend a bit. It still comes out better though. Like, let's say I spend $100 learning, or even $200 learning. For every book I translate, I'm saving like $1,000 or more, right? So, it ends up being worth it, even though it's very expensive. Did I learn web dev in college, or did I reinforce my knowledge with a separate specific course? So I learned a tiny bit of programming before college. I was in high school, I was dabbling in C++ and Python, but at that point in time, I don't consider myself being a programmer because it was just like just kind of getting into it, kind of learning a few things. Then I got to college and I took a degree for computer science and math, dual major. I didn't graduate. Maybe I should have picked just a single major, but anyways, that's where I really dove headfirst into programming, and I just started coding just all day, every day. I couldn't get enough, especially during summer vacation and the winter holiday. So yeah, I've had computer courses in college, you know, like algorithms, data structures, all that fun stuff. When you finish, or we'll test on the harshest critics, translate the Bible. Oh my god, we're not doing that. If I have this pipeline translate the Bible, it's gonna be like doing some steamy, sexy things in there that really don't belong in the Bible. It's gonna get weird, especially during like the part where they go and, you know, make everyone circumcised or something. It's gonna get funky. But anywho. So let's see, we got this. Let's go ahead and do this one. This one again, this is GPT-5 versus the raw. So we're hoping that Belnavix in both cases is the winner. Let's do this again. I'm gonna have Belnavix, that's our GPT-5, go up against O3. I believe this one is O3. One thing I notice is it seems like GPT-5 follows instructions a lot better. So O3, it made the file a lot smaller. And GPT-5, it kept the length like exact. And one of my instructions is to keep the length exact. We're very close. 50 Shades of Jesus Christ. Is that a book? Because if it's not, it should be. 50 Shades of Jesus. It is a book. 50 Shades of Christ. Well, there's 2 books. You got what are the... What is this book? Art student receives... No. Why is this a thing? What is this? Is this like a steamy romance novel? You know what? we're just gonna move on. Goodness. Alright. I think it's it's tame. It's not like... It's not Jesus being into like BDSM or something. Alrighty. And then this is the last one. This one is GPT-5 versus O3. I'm curious. What are the thoughts so far? Oh, here we go. Okay, so Belnavix. Belnavix, again, Belnavix is the one that we want to win.
Hey Acorn, did you hear about this new programming language called Dragon?
Dragon? What, Dragon these balls? I have not heard of Dragon. Or is like Dragon like a serious? Oh, it's an actual language. Oh, Dragon D's nuts. Okay, yeah, I thought it was like a D's nuts joke. Okay, here we go. Belnavix versus Belveric. Okay, so this again. Wait, which? Okay, I should not reorder these. Versus a human. So way better grammar, way better pacing apparently, way better voice, better characterization, way better continuity and logic, which is a shocker. Way better line level polish, better bestseller chance, way less chance of a machine edit. What the hell? So apparently GPT thinks that the human edit sounds like a machine and the machine edit sounds like a human. All right. Are we doing an LLM test? Yeah, so this is how well does an LLM compare against like a human for translation and editing. This was an edit test. So English to English. And it seems promising, but you also have to remember this is biased, right? So these numbers here don't matter a whole lot because this is what GPT-5 thinks. And the model that I used to translate and edit was GPT-5. I didn't use Pro, I used the regular one. But if I take this and I take it over to Gemini, I suspect similar results. So I can give it the same prompt and then I can give it the same kind of files here. And we can see what the difference is. Because you don't want to have the same model scoring as the one that gives you the output. It'll do overfitting, right? Alright, so again, this is GPT-5 versus raw, so Belnavix should just be like insanely better. This is a bit more shit. It's not like, it's like top to bottom. So Belnavix, this is way higher. Grammar, mechanics, insanely better. More enjoyable. Slightly better pacing, slightly better voice, bit better heat, higher bestseller chance, higher machine edit probability versus the raw. That's just because the raw file is going to have like so many typos, like no machine makes that many typos. Much better quality. Action flow is crisper, the door blows inward with a crack that splits the rim. Yeah, that sounds pretty cool. Very good. Alright, let's see. Gemini agrees. Gemini thinks that GPT-5 is better than the human. Baron, howdy! Appreciate the raid. What we're doing right now is we're comparing the new GPT-5 release to a human editor and O3 as an editor. Now it's not perfect because again, like these LLMs, they're basically all gonna side with the LLM. I've tried this test before with O3 and the LLMs always said that the LLM translation was a superior compared to like the humans, but then you get to like Amazon and you get to like real humans and they think the human is better, right? Obviously. So I'm really excited about GPT-5. I really want to see like kind of how much I can push it for this particular use case. And then other than that, we're working on Funi. So I'm working on the Yacht game. I'm making some adjustments to the front end. We just fixed a bug in the back end. Going pretty well. I'm curious what you were up to. Like what you got done today. An action RPG. That sounds awesome. And I'm definitely in the sunk cost fallacy with Funi. I'm like 5 years in. Alright. So this was O3 versus GPT-5. So I'm curious what 5 Pro thinks. Ooh. Interesting. It thinks that O3 was better. Way better. Interesting. The one on the right, this is O3. This is GPT-5. Turn back. Well, this is not, again, like the way these models work, like just because it scores higher doesn't necessarily mean it's better. Being better here is a bit more like subjective. I need humans to decide whether it's better. I can't have an LLM tell me. So the real thing is like we could do something like Amazon Mechanical Turk, and then we can split up the paragraphs and we could give it like an A and a B, and we just do like blind to a bunch of humans and we have them score whether they prefer one or the other. And then we just see like, do people prefer the human edit, or do they prefer like O3, or do they prefer GPT-5? So that's the way I kind of have to do this. You asked GPT-5 to do Radiance Cascade Lighting? It failed pretty bad. Yeah, it's hit or miss. I've done it for like some like paint fills and some other algorithmic things. Sometimes it does great. Sometimes it looks great until you run it. But let's see. I'm excited about the GPT-5. I'm excited about its translation. Something I want to do is I want to take like a Spanish book or a German book. I've got to go grab some. But I want to take some of those and then run them through and convert it to English and read the book and see how it sounds. So that might be my next, one of my next tests. Because if it sounds good to me, from like German to English, it should sound good the other way, right? It's really good at unit tests? Yeah, I could see that. Alright. Let's get back to Funi and let's get this thing done. Alright, I've got the kind of concept of what I want. So we'll go to stories. And I want many players here. Alright, we got the player count. I believe that's correct. And anytime the queue changes, which is very, very rare, this is going to re-render, which should be totally fine. Alright, so I need to modify the number of columns based on how many players there are. So this will be very simple. If the player count is less than, ooh. We'll just do it as equal to. I think that's gonna be the simplest. And for simplicity, I'll do the and like that, because it works. Alright, so that's gonna be 4 and 2. And we just bump those up by a little bit each time. This will be kind of okay until we hit something that's just not in tailwind, and then we'll have to make some small adjustments here and there. Or maybe I'll get lucky and it'll all be in tailwind. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay, so that's a start. But now I need to do something here where I pass in the number of players. Howdy, Barely, how's it going? Do I just want to say player count here? Alternatively, we don't pass it in and I just also use the hook. But I feel like that's not... that sounds kind of dumb. So let's do it this way. The thing is, I need to know who the opponents are. Wait, no I don't. I can give them indexes. I can be like, this is index 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever, right? And then, based on the index, it can figure out who goes in that index. Buddy, it's not that type of stream, Wiz. It's Foony. It's very different. One letter difference, but it's very different type of site. So, for those who don't know, casual, massively multiplayer game sites gets about 5 million plays a month right now, about 1 million unique visitors, somewhere between 800,000 to 1 million, and it does not make much money. Not yet. I'm working on the monetization, trying to figure it out, but it makes enough to support the servers and everything. Is it making 100k a month? Dude, if it was making 10k a month, I would be so happy. It makes like 2. It does not make much, which is surprising, right? Like, it's got so many people on, and I don't know why it doesn't make very much. You bet it would make more if it was that kind of site. People ask a lot, like, they're like, is this like a gambling site or something because everything's bright and colorful? And no, it is not. It is not currently a gambling site. I need to put in in-app purchases. We have some. You got like, you can buy coins and you can buy a couple different cosmetics. I mean, a lot of these cosmetics are gold, not gems. But see, down here, some of these are gems. Those are cheap. Why are they so cheap? 10 gems for a decal? What the hell? That should be like 50 gems. You can get that for like, get the giving tree. Oh my god, it's empty. Holy hell. Why are there so many people now at the giving tree? In the last hour? This is like a hidden feature on Foony. How do so many people know about this? Okay, well, that's basically out of items. Okay, so we want this player count. So go over to the grid, and now... Do I have ads on the site? I do, but I'm a supporter. And so for $5 a month, you can be a supporter on Foony, and it becomes ad-free, and you get bonus XP, and you get like gems. So instead of buying gems, I just have supporter. And yeah, all these benefits, right? So It's actually shocking how few people get supporter on Funi. I push it pretty hard, I thought, but it's like so few people. Make customizable profiles in a ranking system. We have ranking systems. And you can see here, for example, every game has leaderboards. There's XP, there's public games, there's an ELO rating. Why not make a different type of site clone and charge slightly less? There's another site I want to make, which is very similar to that Red Sly. It's called Crazy Games. So this is they love to like screw the dev like a lot, as much as OF. So they take a huge cut, right? From what I can see, they take far more from like ad revenue than they say they do. And it's rough. Like, we lose money on Crazy Games. You grew up on Crazy Games? Yeah, it's a nice platform. It's just, if you've got games on here, they take a lot. So if I go here, let's say I do this on Chrome, they show a lot of ads for one, and they don't give developers any of the ad money except for ads that are actually within the iframe. So, okay, let's try that again. I think the tab crashes if you resize. It's weird. It's a Crazy Games thing. So you can see there's an ad here, and an ad up here, and another ad there, and I think there's probably another ad that loads down there. You don't get money for any of that. And then there's an ad that shows before the game plays. You don't get money for that either. As far as I'm aware. I could be wrong, but it does not seem like you get any of that money. And then it decides to actually load. And so Funi makes money from the ads that show up here on the right that you don't see. And then if I make a room and I start a game, you get money for the ad that it totally just showed just now. Okay, what if I leave? Do I get an ad now? No? Oh, first ad. Yay, we got one. So, yeah, we get completely messed over by Crazy Games. Oh, there we go. Great. Works great. Win a Marvel Rival stream? Never. Alright, player counts. Put the number in there. Scorecard grid. Do I make much money from the ads? Not from Crazy Games, but for Funi.com directly, which I try to get people onto, yeah, it actually makes an okay amount. But not like a lot or anything. So I'm working on the ads, I'm trying to improve it. There's an ad partner that we're working with now, and hopefully it'll be like really good. As you know, fingers crossed, and I'm hoping to hit the 5-figure month mark. So we'll see. A PoE 2 stream? I think I'd rather do an old school RuneScape stream. Alright, player counts. Dependent classes. So here we just have a loop, and we're gonna add all of the player things. Self classes. Oh, that's a bit tricky now, isn't it? Because what if you're not in the game? Should self classes? Yeah. I need to decide how I want that to work. So what is this? Category score. And a Yacht score button. I see multiple issues here. So one issue is I have this Yacht score button. But if I'm spectating, then everyone should be a category score. So I need to know which users this is supposed to be returning. So what I want is user score. It's not really user scores though. I want to know the user IDs for the scoreboard. What is this category score? Use a category score. So that's a bit of an issue. It's just showing as self because before I designed this to only work with 2 people. Do I have advice on improving your programming skill? Yeah, make things. Like really. Build stuff. For marketing and application, I'm not really good at marketing. I focus mostly on just building stuff. If you're trying to do both simultaneously, that could be... That's tricky. But yeah, if you want to improve your programming, just build things. If you're trying to decide between studying web dev, cybersecurity, and game dev, any suggestions? I mean, between all those, pick what you prefer. Pick what you enjoy. One of the biggest marketing genius you've ever seen? Well, I don't make very much money from Foony, so I'm gonna have to disagree with you on that one. You've got a lot of people who are really talented at that. How many total years did it take to make Foony? 5. Memes? Yeah, memes are crazy. Like this, there's that one meme that's going around on TikTok or whatever about like some vacation place or something. And it's like plays all over, and it's like for some airline. And they're doing great. I mean, okay, I don't remember them, but I also don't go on the TikToks. But yeah, like memes are crazy good marketing if you can pull it off. But again, I suck at marketing. I'm the wrong person to ask for advice there. Okay. Score for this category if chosen. What do I want here? Is self. Use other user ID. This needs to be changed. We don't want other user ID. I wonder, can I just give this to GPT-5 and then have it figure out what needs to be done? In the below code, I want a use active user IDs, which will return between 0 and 4 user IDs. It should always include the current user ID if they're in the room. And that should fill up to 4. Oh yeah, then it should always include current active player with remaining players lowest queue number. All right, there we go. That is my example of vibe coding, and then it will do the thing. But you know what? I think I know exactly what I want to do for this, so let's just write it. Use active user IDs. Should be a list of strings. Returns up to 4 IDs to display. Scoreboard always includes the current user ID. serve elements if user is in game. The last element is always the active player. If actually that's not true. Returned the list. Vibe coding is funny to you? Yeah, I like it when it works. You know, like Claude is really nice. I find right now that with vibe coding, it's really good for kind of getting like a rough shell of something, right? So like if you want to iterate on your front end and you're not really sure what you want for a design, it can be used to kind of like design something. You can also try using like the image generation stuff, be like, design a web page or web component thing for me, and you can get like a visual idea. That's very hit or miss. But yeah, I mean, I use a little bit of vibe coding here and there for laying stuff out initially. Even the current layout here with the scoreboard, that was done by, this was GPT-5. I find that GPT-5 is better than Claude currently for doing UI elements. But I need to do more testing. But from the very limited amount I've done so far, GPT-5 currently seems to be winning. Is it okay if you use Python to learn coding? No, absolutely not. Yes, use whatever you want. What matters is that you enjoy it and that you can build something that you find interesting and useful to you when you're getting started, right? Don't focus on the money, that'll come later. Just focus on doing things for you with code. Make something that's useful in your life, and that could be anything. It's not okay, you need to start with the basics first. Use assembly. Oh god. Yeah, nice meme there, Malvi. The Claude Code CLI is so good. It's alright. It's a bit worse in Whizzle too. So the Claude Code CLI actually supports uploading images. And if you're using GPT, then, I mean not GPT, if you're using Whizzle and you want to use Claude Code and you want to include images, there is a way to do it. And the trick is you have to drag and drop it. So like for example, you go here and you just drag the image into the box and now it has an image. That's how you upload images to it. But in order to enable this, you have to right click, go to your settings, and then go down to, I think it's not compat, it's one of these things. Interaction maybe? Maybe it's not an interaction. Where the hell is it? Oh, maybe you click on Ubuntu. Profiles, down, advanced. Yeah, here it is. You gotta go over to settings. Then you click on whatever your Whizzle thing is that you got. Go down to advanced. Go down to path translation and make sure you have this path translation enabled. I think it's off by default. If you have that enabled, then you should be able to just drag and drop your images and upload it to Claude that way. But it's still not perfect because what I wish I could do is I wish I could take like a screenshot, like a snippet with Windows Shift S. That's what you see here. I don't know if you can see this overlay, but I can take a snapshot of any part of my screen with Windows Shift S. And if I want to do a recording on Windows, you can use Windows Shift R. And then you can select the region and you can like start recording and it'll make like a little video for you. Lots of fun stuff. Alright, use active user IDs. So, oh, right. With that procrastination, oh, GPT is actually finished. Does this work? Is this what I want? Get the current user ID. Yes, that's correct. Make sure that queue is the same, users and return ID is the same. I believe that's correct. Use memo. Which is this? So it's got a function called add. Always include the active player. This is fine because it's a small list. We don't really need it to be. We don't really need a set. You've got like a tiny list. Why do we have a scene? If not ID, return. If scene has, return. If the result length greater than max, return. Result push. This is overcomplicated. Like, if this was a larger list, this would be good. But given that this array will only have at most 4 elements, it's very silly to use a set for this. This is really not necessary. As present users or currently queued. This is also overcomplicated. It could be simplified. Fill from the lowest queue number upward. Sort a locale compare. It does not need to sort and locale compare like that. What the hell? This is queue. These are numbers. Why are we sorting by the user ID here? Oh wait, no, we're sorting by the number. Wait, why is there a locale compare then? What the? Oh, for breaking ties. Lowest to highest. You can read this as like A to Z, so you know it's like sorted that way, right? Or if they're equal, locale compare it. Yeah, that's actually correct. For user ID, add them, greater equal to max. This is correct, but it's overcomplicated. We'll go ahead and we'll use it, and then let's simplify the code a little bit, yeah? Also, export, we don't export unless we need to, because it adds complexity. It kind of pollutes the global namespace, so you don't want to do that unless you really need to. Alright, so I'm just going to simplify this part here. I don't like if results or result dots includes ID or result dot length greater than equal to max. Result push. Not using a set here because max is very small. How should you figure out what kind of project you want to work on? You could ask a GPT, but like you have to you gotta kind of do some introspection here. You gotta I like to go through my life or through my day and think, what is bothersome for me? What do I find annoying? For example, yesterday I was looking at apartments or something in Japan, and I was like, all of these sites suck. I want to see useful information, and I want to be able to have a Zillow for Japan, and I don't think there's a Zillow for Japan. It's something I enjoy. I like looking at houses. Okay, but I couldn't find anything, so it's just really frustrating. So for me, if I wanted to build something, maybe I could build that, or any number of things. There's a lot of simpler things you can build, but just as you go through your day, when you have some inconvenience that could be solved with code, write it down, make a list. Then you're gonna have a bunch of ideas, and then you can go through and you can be like, yeah, let's build that. Do I have a mic near my keyboard? No, I have a shotgun microphone. So if you're not familiar with shotgun microphones, they're these special types that are very focused, right? They look like this, they're very small, and you point them where you want to hear the sound coming from. So my mic is at an angle so that it picks up the keyboard and also my voice. And I think they're great because You know, that way you're not like deep throating your microphone where it's like right in front of your face the whole day. So I prefer to have mine just a little bit farther away. Am I a freelancer? Do I just work at a thing? I used to work at Fang. I don't currently. I just kind of do my own thing, so I'm more of a freelancer right now. Okay, if current user in room, I just do it like that because I don't like to do it the other way. This user ID and users, we don't really need users. I think Q is fine. We're not going to use users. So let's just delete that part of it. And this is something that I like to do, like with vibe coding, right? Is you can get the LLM to do the code for you, but then you should review it, you should clean it up, you should make it presentable. Always include the active player. That's correct. Add the current user ID if the user is in room. Yep, that's correct. And then fill from lowest to the highest, that's also correct. We don't call it UID, it sounds like a unique ID. We call it user ID. Take care, Galahad, glad to have you here. Sort of a queue ascending, yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I'm very happy with this. Good job, GPT-5. So now let's comment out this use other user ID because it's no longer needed. Alright. Use active user IDs. And you know what? Our max is always 4. So I'm not even going to include it as a param, I'm just going to define it at the top. Other avatar and username. This is no longer a thing. We're going to have to include the user IDs. So where is that defined at? That's defined at the player count. We don't really care about the player count, do we? We care about... Oh. Yeah, this is the header, isn't it? It's gonna re-render every time. Okay, let's make this more efficient. Let's do position. So the thing with the React is if you have a hook that re-renders, then that component and every child component is gonna re-render. So, for example, if I've got this thing up here, right, the player count, anytime the player count changes, I'm not using the Pikachu hat. Was I supposed to, Opus? I didn't see a redeem. Did I miss it? Howdy MD, how's it going? You know, I don't see a redeem for it, so I think we're fine. Alright, anyways, so if this hook causes a re-render, then this component, Yacht scorecard, as well as all of these components are going to re-render, and that takes time. So it's good practice to minimize the number of re-renders. So we don't really care which user is active, because that would cause a re-render. We only care about the number of players. So instead, we can go down here and we can use the player count to figure out how many of these avatars and usernames and all that jazz we want to show, which is based on the number of players here. So I want desktop avatars, which will be some components. I forget if it's React element or node. I always forget. There's like a bunch of these. It is not element. It must be node. Yeah, there we go. So that's gonna be a list. I is less than the minimum of player counts. 4. 4 is a bit random. Why don't we define max visible players instead of this max equals 4? And now we don't need it down here. Did I make Funi? I did. Do I know if there's always free storage for AWS ECR? What is ECR? Elastic Container Registry? Oh, it's like Amazon's version of GCR, which I think Google renamed. My assumption is that there'd probably be a limit, Cinnamon. I don't know. It might be free, who knows? But if it is, that would most definitely be an oversight. So I suspect it costs money. Alright, use active user IDs. So that's all happy. Use category score. No, we're not up there yet. Let's go through this part. So really we're just going to be adding all of these Yacht avatar and username. What is this? Okay, so how does this compare? Use self-score user ID versus other avatar. Avatar and username. That should have a position. I think I want this to be player index. And that's going to be a number between 0 and whatever. And then I can use active user IDs. And then I can grab whatever is at that index. Which is a little hacky, a little bit confusing, but hey, you know what? This works. It's great. Let's call it... Oh, this is tricky. It is an avatar and a username. Yacht avatar and username. Why? Okay, so maybe I just do it... We've got a user ID there. And we've already got this Yacht avatar and username. Do we ever provide a user ID? No, we only do it for this. Let's simplify the code. Howdy, Fex. Glad to have you back here. Alrighty. Do I want to get rich? No. I want to remain poor. Alright. Let's put the player index over here. And now we have a user ID, so that should be good. Now I can delete this part. And now I have to go through all the places that I defined that other avatar thing, and we're just gonna put the player position index in here, and everything should line up, and this should work really, really nicely. These keys, by the way, in React, they just have to be locally unique. They don't have to be globally unique, so having it just be like this 0, 1, 2, 3, totally fine. Now, do I want to call it desktop avatars and then mobile avatars? Or do I instead just want it to be rows, and then I can just go in and I can just add all the rows? I kind of want it to just be like, why don't we call it what it is? Header columns. Because that's what it is. It's the header and the grid. These are the things that appear at the top before all of the scores. So why don't we go ahead and just add all of them. This will be left blank. And then it's going to go through, it's going to add all these keys, which I can just keep as a number. It doesn't really matter a whole lot. And then we're going to push, yeah, the right blank is fine. Let's actually just grab this part. I don't want to have to do a bunch of typing here. Something kind of like that, but it's kind of ugly. So I'm going to use the rectangle rule. If you've never heard of the rectangle rule, it's something that they use at Google, and it just kind of makes the code a little bit more clear. Basically, the idea is you draw rectangles around each part. And it's really just for formatting and just for consistency, and I just kind of like the way it looks. Usually, I don't always follow it, but usually it makes the code look nice. So, for example, you would draw a rectangle around this thing. Oh, where's my rectangle-y thing? Right? So here's a rectangle. And then here's another rectangle. And then you just kind of keep going out on the scope. So the next rectangle would be like here. And you can see that I have like a small violation because I can't make a rectangle around the div, since there's this extra kind of like part here, which is outside of the div. So it's not quite the rectangle rule, but it's very close. And then you can make another rectangle around all that. And the rectangles don't really hit each other, and that's the rectangle rule. And you can keep going out. It's the same idea as like if I do this Control W thing. You see how it makes a little rectangle, Control W makes a bigger rectangle, and so on. The idea being that like at each point you can kind of draw a rectangle with it. But if you try to follow it exactly, the code might become uglier. Do I use any special library or JS API while making Funi? I use React, and then I use Base UI, which is a custom internal, like ultra tiny, ultra fast component library that I made specifically for Funi. Although it's generic enough that you can use it on any site, and it's kind of just a replacement for Material UI. Or for MUI. And the reason I built it is because MUI is huge. I've used it before, it just jacks the bundle size to high hell. And I wanted something that was like 10 kilobytes or less, like minified, and Base UI gets me there. It's also extremely fast and lightweight, so it reduced my page load times by a lot. Alright, so now we've done all that. Let's go back over again and add all of the... Now add the mobile header columns. Mobile. Is Funi open source? No. Is Base UI open source? No. I'm sorry. Someday I will open source these things. I keep telling myself this. Maybe... we'll see. I would like to open source it at some point. The problem though is I also have to maintain it if I open source it, because I don't want to just like open source it and just leave it there and just have it rot. code will rot over time. It's just something that naturally happens, right? So like, let's say a new version of React comes out, and this is something that actually happened recently with Use Resize Observer, is it doesn't really have good React 19 support. So if you use this hook and you want to use React 19, kind of out of luck. You can see here, feat, support React 19. This was from a year ago. Almost a year. Still not done. Still not done. But these things happen a lot in open source, and so it's just one of those things. You gotta understand, like, if you use something like a library and it's one of these smaller libraries, then you have to understand that you're going to be maintaining that code at some point. How do you handle the animations? I have a couple different things, so it kind of depends on which game. For games like chess and checkers, I have like an entity component system that's like overcomplicated, and it does fancy entity component things for moving stuff. And it's just, yeah, I don't know. It uses like easings, but I use a lot of easings on Fanny. For non-stuff like that, I use GSAP. So under the hood, I've got like this tween thing, and it uses GSAP. So if I ever need to pull GSAP out, it's very easy, because this is the only place on Funi that imports from a third-party GSAP. And this is kind of something you'll notice a lot with my code, is that whenever I use a third-party library, I make a wrapper around it, and I use that wrapper instead of the third-party library. This is very, very important when you're writing code and you want to make it maintainable, is you want to limit the surface area of these third parties, and you want to have like your own minimal wrapper that you use instead. And the reason this is so nice is because it kind of forces all of the people who work on your code to follow just like a few small parts of that code base. So you're not using every single feature that this third party has. You're just using just a few things. And then whenever they update it, you've got like one targeted file that when you update that file, you're good to go and you don't have to touch the rest of your code base. So this is super, super important. Strongly recommend this design pattern. It has saved months of development time on Funi. Just like MUI, that was easy to remove. MUI took a while. If you remember, I think I showed on stream like kind of the way that worked. Is I had MUI littered all throughout the code base, and so what you had to do is I made like a component, and then I went and I basically just returned the MUI thing, so it was just literally the same thing. And then I went through the whole code base, did a replacement. Everything still worked just fine because I was just returning the MUI thing under the hood, but then I was using my own wrapper, and then I just started stripping it down and limiting what was allowed. And then I replaced it. It's called an adapter and stuff. Yeah, this is an adapter pattern. It's very, very, very powerful. I think it's an adapter pattern. But you can kind of see here, that's why my base UI components, they look very similar to MUI. You can kind of see this is the way that I do it, right? This is a very stripped down version. It doesn't have a whole lot of different properties. If you take a look at my tooltip, you can see that, again, very stripped down. It doesn't have a whole lot. You can mess with some classes, a few placements, and that's it. What if we call them code condoms? If you're building an OnlyFans, I think you can definitely call it that, Dan. What am I making? Funi. Casual, massively multiplayer game site. We're working on Yacht right now. It's a dice game. And I'm doing that and I'm procrastinating, so let's go ahead and clean this up. Alright, And now we have support for any number of, well, up to 4. Any number so long as it's 4. Dice games for children? Yes. Look, you gotta introduce them to gambling early, okay? It sets them up for life and it makes you rich. Most importantly, it makes you rich. So that's what we do. And it's gonna be great. No, this is not gambling for kids. You don't play with money. You just get gold when you play. How many lines of code make up Funi? About 150 to 160,000. Your only dance app will be a hit. I'm sure it will. Alright, so we've got self classes and opponent classes. So I guess what I need here is I need to know what the user's user ID is, and that will tell me if I need self classes or not. So if user, oh, I gotta do this thing. Const score rows. This whole thingaroo. Can you gamble on this game too? No, I'm sorry, Brave. There's no gambling on Funi. Not yet. Does JetBrains ever feel laggy? If JetBrains feels laggy for you, the easiest thing you can do is there's this site. Let me find it real fast. Right, so download more RAM, and you're just gonna download lots of RAM. So one of the big things about JetBrains that makes it slow, not the only thing, but you know, plugins and other stuff too, is this RAM number. So it starts going up to like 20 gigs, 25, 30 gigs. And so if you're running out of RAM, download more. Don't actually download more. This is a parody site. You cannot download RAM. And before someone's like, oh, well, actually, you can edit your registry and then you can make it look like you have lots of RAM. Okay, but that's not, it still doesn't work. Okay, and sure, there's a page file on your computer which acts as temporary RAM, but come on, we're getting into the weeds here. That's what this part is down here. It's like paged pool or something. You can have like a bunch extra. That's also why, like, when you get more RAM, this page file, I think it like typically just grows on Windows. On Ubuntu you can set it how big you want it, but there's like some special file. What the hell's my file? I don't know where it is. It's supposed to be like right here, I think. Maybe it's under Windows. It should be like a giant file equal to your RAM. Maybe I disabled it actually. I think you can disable it. I don't know. I don't know where it is. I think it used to be there. Only RAMs? Only fans? Oh man, okay. I think it's fine. I think what I've got here is fine. You know, we don't want to overcomplicate the code. So I think this is all right. If you look, all the styles are slightly different. All right. So for let I equals 0, I less than that. So let's go ahead. Come on. That is way too much code. Holy cow. Why is it so much? Let's do this. If is scores bracket I is equal to user ID. Else. So we want the Yacht score button if self. I don't need this to be 3 lines. 1 line is plenty. And that's just self classes. Self dash I. Yeah, that's fine. Class name, category, great. Yeah, I guess we can make it look like that. Take care, Dan. Glad to have you here. How am I so fast at understanding the code? It just takes time, Ron. The more you spend writing code and like the more time you spend with code, like the better and faster you get. Eventually, you get to the point where you can just kind of like understand the state of the program in your head, and you can just run it in your head, and it will align closely with whatever language it is that you're using. And then, of course, anytime you pick up a new language, your mental model of how that language works is not going to be correct. Maybe you've got a couple ideas, but you know, with some time, you'll get it back up there and it'll be really good again. Alright, so now we want this whole div thing. And we want to have like a key on this as well. Let's just call it other-i. Should be fine. Really, I could just call it I. I don't even have to do other or self. It would still work just fine. But whatever. Is self, that's it's okay. But I need a player index on this of I because the category score needs to know where it's pulling that information from. Howdy Beach, how's it going? And then we go down here and it's as simple as score rows. Alright, let's go back up and grab all of the scores because we're going to use that for the index. Unfortunately, I have to do this because the hook only includes a little bit of info. It just tells me the user IDs. It doesn't actually tell me... Wait, actually category scored... You know... We have the user IDs here, don't we? So can't I just be like, give it the user ID? And I'll be like, hey, yeah, actually this user ID here is user scores bracket I. And that should be fine. Is self, use category score is self. I don't think we need that anymore. Okay, let's see, where is this used? It's used for two things, Yacht score button. And this. You know what? I have a better idea. Is self is gonna go away. Instead, I'm going to pass it a user ID. And make it optional. And if it's undefined, it's self. Just kind of like the way it is in the rest of the code. Okay, other user ID. I guess I'm called maybe user ID here. And if that's not defined, it's current user ID. Do I code from a yacht? Is it a big one? Oh yeah, the biggest ever. Do I need the current user ID anywhere else? I don't think I do. We're gonna change this code. We're gonna make this the user ID up here and make it required instead. And now I don't have to define all this other stuff here. Yeah, perfect. Great. I like that. I don't know why I didn't do that before. There we go. Why do you see the message in the stream overlay and then on chat? Because I'm from the future. I've got like a moderation delay so that I can delete stuff before people see it if it's like a bad message or something. But chat's pretty well behaved in general, so very happy with that. Alright. There we go. now we have the user ID, everything there's happy. So I can come back up to this. Category score, what is this part? I think I want to just not define as self at all. Yeah, we don't need as self anymore. Because I'm always providing the user ID. Much easier. We're civilized? Yeah, it's nice. So, is this upset because the user ID? No? Okay. Yeah, thought it was fine. Cool. Let's see what that looks like. So, this should work, but it might be kind of ugly. But it should still work. I hope. I'm hoping to see. Oh god. I mean, I did say it was going to be ugly, but not that ugly. What? It's not supposed to look like this. It's like I forgot an SM hidden or something, but then why am I showing up 4 times? Okay. It's almost there. Oh, I think I know why. I think I forgot to delete something. Yeah, here it is. Wait, no. What? 0 to 4, 0 to 4. Get the avatar and usernames. That looks correct to me. So what's going on? If I go over to the components, can I just like inspect what's going on? Is this going to be happy or is it not happy with me? Okay, do I need to go? Oh, I know why. It's because it's an iframe. I don't have... This components thing doesn't work for iframe. Arg. I guess I could make it so that I can pop this page out and it won't be in an iframe. Okay, that's fine. We have other solutions. I just wanted to see if I could be a little fancy there. Active user IDs, and just make sure that the user IDs here are correct. Oh, this is player counts. You're facing a real simple bug where you just had like 1 line of code off. Oh man, those are fun. My favorite are when you spend like a week or something finding like a performance optimization that's like mega huge, and to make the performance optimization you change 1 line of code, and that 1 line of code represents like a whole week of work to like track it down and like profile and figure out like how exactly to optimize this code. That's crazy. And what is this issue, Nico? Any roadmap to enable the detection of iframes in React DevTools. Oh, that would be so good. Need to do something like this. Let's see. Element, content window, if iframe, React DevTools, global hook. Doesn't inject into iframes. You have to copy that reference into each iframe. Okay. Thanks, Nico. That's awesome. Okay, what? Image window. Okay, so I mean, all that's regular, normal stuff. So really, just this one, React DevTools from an inner iframe, parent.react DevTools global hook. So you put this in the iframe, and then it magically works. So I guess to do that on Funi, I need to check if there is a parent. So, okay. Close that, and then I would go like parents, which is self. So if self is equal to parent, right, yeah, then it's, yeah, okay. Which I guess is, yeah, okay, so I can just stick that. The code is basically as a no op normally. Alright. I wonder, does it need to be defined before the main script? Maybe. And that should be good. Let's see, does that magically work? Oh, I may need to restart the client actually. I don't think it's just gonna work off the bat. Yeah. Thanks, Nico. I could probably also do something where I only do it for Storybook, just so that I don't have any regressions, just in case. Hoping it works. It might require a little bit of fiddling or something. It doesn't seem to be doing anything. Current React DevTools global hook. Oh, what the heck? I didn't know this. Accessing element ref was removed in React 19. Ref is now a regular prop. It will be removed in a future release. I knew they changed the way that ref is passed. I didn't know that they were getting rid of the old way. I mean, it makes sense. That old method for ref was annoying. You used to have to do like this forward ref thing. This is deprecated now in React 19. Don't use forward ref. It's just a regular prop like everything else. So you no longer have to do that whole convoluted forward ref thing, which is nice. Okay, so why is it doing this? I'll figure out this React DevTools thing later. Take care, Ken. Glad to have you here. I want... let's see. Got all the header columns. Which is the Yacht scorecard. Yacht scorecard grid. No, this doesn't make sense though, because there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, I know why. It's because of this. I go here, use player count. Right, yes, the player count is correct. What's not correct was the code by GPT. It looked correct, but it's not. It is possible that maybe one of them was capitalized or something. Maybe the case was different because I didn't do like a 2 lowercase. So maybe that's it. But what I can do is just use active user IDs. And then just console log. Oh, wait, wrong one. Yeah, we'll use this one. I really shouldn't call this user scores because it's not user scores. This is active user IDs. Makes it a little bit less confusing there. All right. lots of undefined. Uh-oh. That's not good. We'll fix that. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 4. But I've got 5. What? How? That doesn't make sense. So it's 4, it's not 5. User ID. I don't need this line because it's the same as that one. Sure. Grab the minimum of player counts and max visible. That's also fine. Wait a minute. I don't need player count. Because I'm already getting the active user IDs. I already know the player count from there. Alright, so the code's a little bit simpler now. Kind of, but like, I'm still got that duplicate going on. Which doesn't make any sense. Alright, well we know it's from headers, right? Header columns. Player index 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, maybe this is wrong. Somehow this is 5, I'm guessing. Player count's 5. Yeah, that's why. How is it 5? Oh, because there's 5 users. Right. That's right, I remember now. I've got 5 users total, but only 4 are supposed to show up. So then this should be fine. I should have 5, or I should have 4. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. No, that doesn't make sense. Max visible players is 4. Take the minimum. What? Oh. I don't know why that was equal to. Doesn't make sense. Okay, everything's fine. Plus I or I plus plus? So plus I is slightly more efficient, but I don't know if it really matters. I plus plus, you have to save the old value and then you return the value. Whereas with plus I, it's just increment and then return the new value. So I prefer the prefix, which is the plus I, over postfix. But it doesn't really matter for anything. I don't know why. I don't know why everyone just decided it was I plus plus instead of plus I. I feel like plus I makes more sense. I don't understand. Something I don't get. I don't know why everyone uses I plus plus. Alright, so now that's correct. The only problem is I chose the same classes here. I didn't use the old ones. So if we go back and fix that up, it should be good. That needs SM hidden. What else? Flex center, text center, semi-bold, text default P1. Okay, that looks good now. There we go. Okay, almost. 1, 2, 3, wait. 2, 3, 4. Why is this not configured properly? So that'd be the grid. Down here, I've got the... Very easy, like you can see exactly where it is in the code. Wait, we still use the player count? Why? That's a bit dumb. Because we already have active user IDs, we don't need the player count. Yeah, because I had to grab the other info anyways. Alright, so that should be happy now. And then over here we gotta clean this part up. Alright. W full, grid, it's got all that jazz. I think it's pretty good to go. The only thing is, I need a player count here. Math.min. Perfect. Okay, so now we gotta make it more dense because there's too much going on. That's a lot, and when I make it tiny, it does not look great. Yeah, you can see there it's... Oh, that looks terrible. I thought we fixed this earlier, where it was like all one thing, but you know what, let's just... We'll improve it. Do I want separate grids? Like I did before, but I think I might want to just combine it all back into one. Let's do... Yeah, I think I'm going to combine it back into one. Alright, let me make sure I don't have any weird console logs in here. What IDE is this? IntelliJ. Alright. Show multiple players on scoreboard. Alright, so now that that's done, I need this to look better. So one easy way is just do both sections in a single grid. Like that. And then we'll have something. We'll have some column or some row which will be different. It should be fine. And then I gotta improve this styling here too. And I've gotta fix like the padding. Am I not using hot code reload? No. It gets funky sometimes with Funi. It's fine for simple sites, but then like when you're getting in a game or something with like lots of game state and stuff, it gets a little funky. Okay, so let's figure out this thing. Why is this not happy? Is it because this has overflow hidden on it? Kind of. But the problem here is I can't see everything. Like, I really want to see everything. And I want to see it even if it's on like a really tiny screen like this. Because right now, that looks awful. Like, I could reduce the text size more. I can reduce the padding. Let's reduce the padding here. PX3, PY2. If you play on that screen size, you deserve it to look awful? No. I know it's fun to just make it look awful for, you know, tiny screens like that, but no, we can't do that. Okay, let's do PX1, PY 0.5. Or is that gonna look too condensed and too cramped? It's pretty tight. I don't know if I want it to be quite that tight. That's a little way too cozy. What if I do PX2, PY1? You think the dice are supposed to stop rolling at some point? Oh yeah, probably. I mean, these dice, you just throw them really hard, and then like there's no gravity or something, and they just keep going. How long did it work on Finny before releasing it? Too long. Like 2 years. 2 years too long. Make the padding smaller only on SM? Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. I think I'll make it... That might be alright. It might be too condensed still. So we're gonna do SM plus is gonna be this size, and then we're gonna have PX1 PY 0.5 and font normal. Let's see. How's it feel on mobile? We'll see. Wait, I don't want to put font mobile here. I want font mobile only on this one. Is it normal or is it base? I always forget. Something I really wish is I wish the Tailwind plugin was better at realizing that I'm in Tailwind code. Font normal, maybe? Fonts... Oh, my Tailwind plugin's messed up again. Gotta turn it off and on again. The ancient... tech technique. Alright. And then I shrink it down. And it looks awful. One thing is I think I want to make it so that the leftmost grid maybe always has enough space. Like, it shouldn't be... Well... Yeah, I feel like the left one, like this over here, should just always be small. I mean, like, it should always be full text. Then I can shrink the rest of them. Maybe. Let's see. Right here it starts making it smaller. Right up to there. If I force this grid column to be maxed, will it still look okay? That's min-max 0, 1 FR, so what if I do this? Grid template columns, and I want the first one to be auto, and then I want to repeat 4, the one for real thing. Ah, see that? It messes it up because there's two separate grids going on. So if I do this, now they're unaligned. And it becomes obvious that they're separate grids. Ah. Great. Okay. I could force a size. Like, even though these are different grids, I know how much space is required in pixels. So let's force it. Let's do something similar to this, where I've got a certain width to it. It won't be auto. It'll just be like a fixed amount of pixels. And it looks like I need 96 exactly. And yeah, I know, that's super hacky. Whatever, I don't care enough. I don't get paid enough for this, so it'll be fine. Alright. So that's gonna be... Oh man, I was gonna make the code ugly though, because if you look, I've got... Oh, actually, you know what? It's not even that bad. It's really not even that bad, because I just have to come down here. If anything, yeah, this is totally fine. We go grid template columns, and we specify what we want here. So it's gonna be 96px, repeat, blah. Kinda like that. Sort of. Sorta like that, but kinda not. I need the count. I don't like it being player count max visible players. Let's call it visible count. Like, there's no reason to do this so many times, right? And now I can go through here. This is more efficient too, there's less calculations now. Alright, so we're gonna repeat visible counts, and we're not gonna do 1 for real, we're gonna do min-max 0, 1 for real. Like that. And that would totally work. Except I need it to support small devices as well. Okay. What can I do? This is one of those things, like if I had ternary operators or something in CSS, I could solve this, but I don't know if CSS variables are strong enough to solve this in a clean enough way. No, I could use a hook, but that's going to cause a re-render, which is extra rendering. So it's not super nice. Yeah, that's tough. I don't think there's a clean solution for this. Well, darn. It was so close. I almost had something nicer than this. Now, if I include the whole div twice, I could just have like a hidden thing or something that would work fine, right? But that's also not ideal. What to do? You know what? I'm curious what GPT comes up with. I wonder if it has any thoughts here. Let's see what GPT-5 comes up with. Let's see. No, that doesn't. Oh, yeah, I guess I could use like visible count, and then I could have like a Yeah, actually, okay. You know what? Maybe that could work. But it still requires me to have some CSS that way, and so I'd have to use the thing that I try my best not to use. I have something in Funi where I can define some CSS in this way, or I could like import a .css or something, which would also work. And then I could define CSS variables in the style. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I can see that would work. Okay. I think I've done that before actually on Funi. I just was blanking out. It might get upset with me. So I'll have to like as any or as CSS properties. But I think this will work. Thanks, Jippity. Do visible counts. And this will be visible count. So SM, we're going to do like SM plus. Which is going to be visible counts times 2. Push-ups? Oh my lord. Also, howdy Daryl, how's it going? Alright, let's see. Stream's been too chill. Time to get some workout in. Alrighty. Painful? Oh no, this is fine. Alright, let's get back up there. 2 days ago we were doing like 8, now we're up to 12. Hell yeah. Alrighty. Wait a minute. Can't I just use a CSS variable here as well? Oh no, I can't because I would need like, oh yeah, you can't see this. Alrighty. It's part of Google's code interview. It wouldn't surprise me. It's not actually. But wait, hold on. But a lot of people at Google are actually a lot stronger than you'd expect. A surprising number of them like do extracurriculars like bicycling or going to the gym or something else. You gotta code under pressure. Yeah, that's what the whiteboarding interview is really about. Let's see. Ternary. If double dash grid columns. It would be so cool if we have ternaries. Yeah, I know we've got fallback chaining, but I don't think that's enough. Yeah, I don't think that would work. Yeah, we really need CSS ternaries. Maybe some year. Oh, that's hacky as hell. Yeah, okay, we're gonna have to do it this other way then. Yeah, we're gonna have to do this part. Do I have anything cleaner? Wait a minute, hold on, I can use Tailwind for that part. Because I can make something. I can do like grid calls blah, and then I can do sm colon grid calls blah. That's still a bit... It's a bit hacky. It works. It's not great, but it works. Okay, so anyways, the math for this. So it does not always divide by... Oh, it does divide by 2. Visible count times 2 times 4, right? Oh no, if it's visible count minus 1 times 2. Wait, no, that doesn't make sense. Wait, what? Hold on. Oh, plus 1 times 2. What am I doing right now? We're working on Funi making a Yacht dice game. You feel like you should make it with others in mind? I mean, build stuff for you at first. Because you don't have to ask like an audience. Like it's different. Like if you're trying to build something for others, then you really want their input as early as possible, right? And then it becomes very easy to build for them because just do what they ask or think about like their struggles and then think about, okay, what do they really want? Because they're not going to come out and just straight up say exactly what they need. They're going to be like, oh, you know, like I had an issue signing up, or I had a problem with this, or there's a bug with this achievement or something, and there's no bug. Well, take a closer look, because, you know, maybe your wording is not very clear or easy to understand, right? 2 years already? Yeah, crazy. Thanks for being here. Almost 3 years, actually. Alright, so then we just type all this stuff in. Wait, but the 96 pixels, that could also change. So really, I want two things here. I want visible count, and I want some kind of a oh, this is a bit... Visible count might be not specific enough. I could call it Yacht visible count. I mean, I'm not gonna use visible count anywhere else, I don't think. You should have enough to make me do push-ups for a whole week non-stop for 2 years, 8 months. You'll have to, like, work in concert with other users, Emily. Alright, let's call this... maybe grids. Oh, that's grid first call size sucks for a name. How about scoreboard? Category. Width. SM. I don't know how small to make it. We'll just try 80. Okay. Hopefully that's not too confusing. I feel like it's definitely become more complicated now. And then it's space. Repeat. Yeah, this is trash. This looks awful. I don't like the way this looks now. Yeah, I could do this, but I don't like the way it's looking. You think it looks fine? Oh yeah, sure. Totally fine. This is a write once, read never situation. Oof. Look at that. That is gross. Then we do the same thing for SM. Technically it works. This should be fine. But my god, is it ugly. Pretty magic. I mean, it might also break because I might have a bug and all that code. I think I broke it. Maybe. Actually, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I broke it or not. This is for Yacht scorecard. Header columns. Oh yeah, I totally broke it then. Looks good? Oh yeah, real good. So what happened? 96. I mean, actually, no, that's correct. What the hell happened now? Scoreboard category width. SM, 96 pics. var 10. 10. Oh. I did this. Wait, 10? Count SM10? It's supposed to be 5. Oh. Okay, fixed it. Portraits are a little cramped? No, that's not okay. There we go. Now it's off by 1. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait, no, they're correct. Why is it... it's gotta be off by 1. 5. 5 columns. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That looks correct to me. But why is the spacing not correct? Min-max 0, 1 FR. How is that different than grid template columns repeat 0 min-max 0 1 FR? What did I do wrong here? Oh, because it's -1. We're not doing this +1 anymore. That's fine. Since we're defining exactly the number of pixels we want. Alright, now it's lined up. And now no matter how much I shrink this... Did I not do it on the other part? God damn it. Ah, okay. Well, this is basically what I need. It's actually not the worst. The worst part is just like these are really long. And I could use smaller names. But my concern is if I use really small names, then I might accidentally reuse something. I mean, I could call it like Yacht dash category. And now it's a little shorter. It's whatever. Okay. So if I do that, I also still have to define it elsewhere too, though. Which is not super great. But I guess it's fine. Yeah, this one here needs to also define this diff thing. Grid text SM. Visible count. What's visible count set to? Player count? That should just be visible count. I feel like visible count is more accurate. Player count sounds like every player in the game, which is not the case. Watching nerds vibe coding GPT-5. Yeah, GPT-5 is pretty cool. I like it. You want Funopolis after the Yacht game? Funopolis? Like Funopoly? I would like Funopoly. That would be fun. There we go. Great, yeah, see, like that. Now the left column is fixed, all the others shrinky on down. It's almost right. Why is there an extra one there? What the hell? Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So then, what the fiddlesticks is up with this? Oh. I did +1 times 2. I'm off by 1. Okay. Visible count 4. Right. Because there's 4 of them. I forgot something. It's not this. But actually this simplifies the code. This makes it easier. Write a clone of Excel. It almost did. That's pretty cool, Beef. Yeah, like at some point, I'll be able to make a pipeline. So like, you remember earlier in the stream where I did that book translation? And like, all I said was, translate this book to this language. And I did it for editing, so I chose the same language, but I could have picked anything. Like, that's what I want to get to for games. I want to be like, make this game. And then I want it to go through and it just do all of the steps and have like a big pipeline and it just spit out a fully polished game. Now, I can probably do that for single player games. I can probably do that for games that don't require a network connection, because as soon as you get into networking, it just makes everything way harder. So I definitely need to simplify some things. If I didn't see it in 3 to 5 years, you'd be surprised. I think we'll get there within 3 to 5 years. I think within a year, we'll be able to make simple games, if not already. But the networking is going to be tricky. 3 to 5 years, I could definitely see it. Okay, so this actually becomes simpler. I can just call it visible counts. And then I don't really need this 80 or 96 either. Instead, okay, you know what? This actually isn't quite as bad as I thought it would be. It's 80 pix here, and it's 96 px here. It's just a visible count. It's just very easy. The other one is also visible count. It's just 80 pix, repeat, bar, visible count. Is that, I wish I had better highlighting here, but it looks right to me. Yeah, awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Okay. So that simplifies my code. It's readable now. Nice. You know what? We'll go with it. Hey, it works. Ah, I love when it works. Okay. This, though, needs to be larger. I don't want it to kind of like... This is a problem. It needs to show the whole scores. I don't want it making this part fully big and ginormous when there's not enough space for this top thing. So how do we make it big enough? Is it because this has overflow hidden? Like if I delete that, is it fine? No, there's more to it. So there's something giving it overflow auto. Where's the overflow auto coming in? There's a grid. Min-H fit. It doesn't really need that. Overlap and change the transparency? No, let's not do that. I don't want to do that. All I want is for the height here to be proper. Almost. But now why is it so big? 385, 393. They're both 50-50. What's it inside of it? It's inside of a flex. Bit content isn't good enough because it has overflow auto on it. Let's delete overflow auto. Yeah. There we go. Like that. Now I can see everything. So this is the one I need to remove. Overflow auto there, and then there's an overflow hidden on the scorecard grid. I believe it's this one that I need. Delete that. There. So now I'm ensuring there's enough, except for this. Oh, yeah. Okay. New plan. If you play like this, we tell people to buy a better computer. They should just have a better monitor. No, we gotta fix it. Okay. Overflow auto needs to be applied on something. Like this one. Yeah, get applied there. What component is that? That's gonna be my 512. Overflow auto. And I think we only want that applying on SM. Let's try that. Okay, so it's working the way you would expect. And then when I shrink it way down. Great. I mean, it works, kind of. Okay. Oh God. All right, easy fix. This section does not have min height 0 anymore. I want you to say something. You're gonna say like, maybe we don't need to support all these devices. Look, beef, we gotta support them. You know, think about the poor people who are playing on their toaster and they just want to be able to play some casual multiplayer games on their toaster oven, like in the good old days. We gotta support them. Min height of 240 pics, maybe? Ooh, what should the minimum height here be? Okay, maybe 150 pics? Well, no, because this isn't a game for ants, right? So it's got to be bigger than that. You're gonna play this on your Samsung refrigerator? Oh man. Does Funi work on a Samsung refrigerator? Like, can you get the internet? Is there a web browser? Oh yeah, I'm sure there is, right? Surely. Oh, there is a built-in web browser. Oh my god. I really want someone now to try to play a game on Funi on their Samsung fridge and see if it actually works, because that would be amazing. Alright, I think minimum height of 200 pixels is probably good. Where is the minimum height of 0? It must be this one. Yeah. We'll just do 200 pixels there. Refresh. And it's mostly good, except for this stupid chat thingy that just shows up here and is scrolling in a way that is not making sense. Okay. I need an overflow auto on something. Is it this component here? Yeah, there we go. Let's try that. Alright. The dice are still for ants, kind of, but you know what? I don't care. Okay, what does it look like on an actual device? Like, let's say I'm on an iPhone... I don't know, what's a tiny one? Oh, well, that one's huge. Okay, so the width is a problem. We could change the max number of players. Maybe? Like, maybe we make it so that if you're on a device that small, we don't show that many players. But see, now I'm just gonna be re-rendering like every time you resize, because I'll have to use like a use media query to figure it out. Okay, let's do that. And it's gonna simplify my code anyways, because instead of having equals 4 here for max visible players, we're gonna change it. Use player counts. How does this one work? This is just... I need the media query. I need it to be a function. Use max visible players. I think I do is SM up, or is small screen, yeah, something like that. Breakpoints X up. Well, I guess I don't really use that a whole lot, now do I? Use media query. X down, X up, something like that. Is SM up. Well, maybe it should be like is XS up. I think even XS is probably big enough. Okay, so we got the queue, we got all that jazz. No, actually we're just returning is XS up 4.2. And then use player counts. I guess the player count is fine there. I can do that, and then I can go take the minimum of max visible players. Alright, there we go. I guess in that case, I'm removing max visible players. This is going away now. Okay. Active user IDs.length. I think for active user IDs, the visible count is just whatever active user ID's length is. There's no reason to do .min because we've already done that and use active user IDs, so there's no need to duplicate that logic. So this is the part that takes a lot longer in coding, is just trying to like polish things. I mean, you can just polish as much as you want. Alrighty, so that is visible counts, which I don't really need to do this part here anymore because it's just active user ID's length. It's real simple now. And why even bother with the visible count? Because that's just active user ID's length. I mean, I guess I could have done either there. It is what it is. Alright, so now it should go and it should be like, oh, this is a really tiny width. Let's just only show 2. Nice! And now, as soon as I make it bigger, and as soon as there's enough room, it shows all 4. That's probably still a bit too cramped. Maybe I want to wait a little bit there, but I mean, I have another idea. Like, it almost works. It's so close. It's so close. What if I could just shrink it down just a teeny bit? It would be totally fine. I can shrink the text down. I can make like that part smaller because it's still quite large. And I gotta do some more stuff there, but it's getting close. Oh, and 80 pixels is not quite enough there, is it? How many pixels do I need anyways?
The way to become one with the universe is to trust it. That is to say,
82 pixels. I need 82. Okay, so that's an extra 4 pixels. And I want to make the avatar a little bit smaller, just a tiny bit. Text XS. Is there like XXS? 2XS? Yeah, there is. Alright, great. I mean, that's sort of works. It gets a little funky on the right side there where it's like overflowing. I don't know why it's overflowing fine on the left but not the right. I know why. You could have sworn it doesn't have 2XS. You can always add different sizes. I might have added a custom 2XS. Yeah, see there? 2XS. It goes even smaller. 3XS. Okay. So, alright, we're good on that. But the text for the avatar, the header. So if I go to... Did I not call it header? Header columns. Oh, it was lowercase header. Okay. So whatever I did on the left side, but I didn't do on the right side. Or no, it's opposite. Flippity flop. What? Flex center is messing it up? Is it because of flex center? Like if I just delete this, does it now magically work? Yeah, there we go. Great. Okay. How does that look? It still gets a little bit too cramped there. See that? It's just like right there. I'm a little concerned that there might be some kind of like z-index issue where like when it's the player's turn, this little thing that's going around might be a little hard to see. It's not bad. I also feel like it's a little hard to tell who the player is. Like this column is just ever so slightly brighter, but it's really, really hard to see that. I mean, on my other monitor, it looks kind of okay. So I'm gonna make it a little bit more obvious. So let's do that. So really it's just the opacity has been increased compared to the opponent. What if we don't just boost opacity? What if we also straight up just boost the color? Or I mean, make it lighter. And maybe we also bump the opacity higher. Yeah, now it stands out a lot more now. Okay, yeah, I think that's good. My eye is immediately drawn to the column that I care most about. And now it looks like no matter how bad my device, it looks like it'll fit. iPhone 5, teeny tiny. It doesn't look great, but I mean, if you're on an iPhone 5, your expectations should be pretty low. On a normal phone, looks fine. What if I flippity flop it? Oh yeah, now I can see all four. It is a bit of a shame though that the size here for the avatars is so large in such a small screen space. It makes me want to use the vertical container that we've got as well. Like I can do a breakpoint on vertical as well. So maybe we do like a combination thing. Like if you've got at least enough width and height, it'll be a certain size. Maybe. Like what I really want, okay, so that would be, I think I used 36, right? Yeah. Okay, what breakpoints have I set up for this? Okay, so I've got short, medium, medium tall. At what pixel height do I care about this? So we've got 400 pixels, that's not really enough. Right about there, I'd say, about 460, 470. I have enough space to make it large. That's tough. That's really tough. I could add another one. I could be like a short, and then I could have like super short or something. I don't know what I would call it. Let's see. So short breakpoints take priority over horizontal breakpoints. No, that's not enough. I need a combination breakpoint here. And I avoid those because it just adds lots of complexity. Okay, it's good enough. Let me see what it looks like on a few more devices. Yeah, that is totally acceptable. And if I do... Yeah, that's the biggest issue, is just having to scroll for this. Can I say that this is short? Howdy Wolf, how's it going? I don't think I can combine them like this. I don't think that works. But we'll see. Yeah, I didn't think so. Is this Acorn After Dark? I guess it is getting a little late. Same show as always, Wolf. It does not change into some super special After Dark mode. But okay. You know what? I'm mostly happy with it. Looks a bit bad on landscape iPhone or phones, but otherwise, I think we move on to the next part. Slightly dark as per usual, pretty much, Wolf. Alright, let's get a commit in real fast. Let's see, I got rid of any console locks, right? Yeah, probably. New page for 8-ball? Is it? Oh, you mean like the spaceship or space theme? That's been in there for a while. The floating 8-ball? Yeah. That's AI art. Old AI art. So it's a bit dated. I'll have to improve it at some point. GitHub desktop is trash? Thank you. That's why I use it. I like it because it's simple. LG? What is LG? Lazy Git? Oh, is that the CLI thing? Yes, it is. Okay, but that's... Look, I'm lazy. Terminal version of GitHub. Yeah, the one thing that sucks about GitHub Desktop is it's really slow. It's not very responsive for WSDL changes, like it doesn't pick them up very quickly. Because there's like some weird file watcher thing that sucks for GitHub. I don't know exactly. I guess that would be a good thing to fix, right? Just like make some optimizations to GitHub Desktop and make it not suck so hard. Yours doesn't load changes anymore? That's rough. Also, Sasquatch, thank you so much for the prime, I appreciate it. Alrighty. So here we go. We've got all the Yacht stuff. Let's just improve styling for support up to 4+ players. That'd be a good PR to them? Yeah. Like, if you're trying to get a job at a company, like, something I've considered doing is just not even applying in the normal way, just going on to their open source stuff for things that are actively maintained and just making contributions for a bit. But one of the things that, yeah, something I might actually want to do is go to GitHub Desktop because it is open source and make a PR that fixes their stupid speed issues. I think someone's worked on it before, actually, because I remember looking into it a bit. And then I couldn't be bothered at some point. Am I about to step back into Fang in 2025? I've considered it. I've definitely considered it. Alrighty, there we go. So, next change. What is the next thing I want to do for Yacht? I think I want to make... Do we do physics next? Back to Google or another thing? I don't know. I've only thought about it a little bit. Like, do I really want to? Is it necessary? Unsure. Basically, it feels bad ever selling stock. I don't want to have to sell any stock. Okay. This probably shouldn't get so wide if it's solo play. That's a bit crazy. And then also, how did I just make a room by myself? I thought it would include a bot if I do this. Yeah, it does. Wait, so how did is it local play? How did I do this? Oh, local play. What? Oh no, it's because it's local play. There's only one player. Oh no. Yacht doesn't work well with local play. Okay. This is because I never had to consider this for Funny Flippers because it doesn't make sense for that game to do local play. Yacht is different. So, in Funny Flippers, or Funo, or whatever you want to call it, in this game, you have a hand, right? So it doesn't make sense to play this locally because your opponent could see your hand. Can I disable local play for that game mode? I could, but why would I disable local play for Yacht? It makes sense to be able to play locally, right? So I need to come up with another solution here. I need a way to have a queue thing or something. Isn't versus bot technically local? I mean, it still runs on the server. All of these run on the server. The idea of local play is that you're playing against yourself, right? So, for example, if I do local play on chess, you know, like it's two people sitting at the computer, one person is on black, one person's on white. So like right now it's white's turn, so I could do e4, and now it's black's turn. So then it's just you're kind of playing by yourself like this, but the idea being that there's like multiple people on the same computer. Kind of like split screen, yeah, where it's just players take turns using one computer. And this is actually a thing that people do, like in, you know, some parts of the world, or like at school or whatever, you know, you're on the same computer. Maybe you can't share links with something else. So I need to make sure that I support that. Same network or same computer? Same computer. Same network isn't really a thing with browsers. I mean, there's WebRTC, which is peer-to-peer. But God, that stuff gets weird. You get like a stun and turn server, and there's a whole basket of chinchillas or whatever. So, anyways, what is WebRTC? It's probably best you don't know. It's a bit of a mess. I believe it uses UDP, which is cool, but it's meant for peer-to-peer stuff. And like, I don't know. Every time I've tried it, it's always been a pain. Yeah. It's not the same as WebSockets. WebSocket is simpler, and that's going to be client to server. WebRTC is more for like peer-to-peer with other people. Hard pass on anything browser related with sockets. It gets fun. And by fun, I mean not fun. Okay, so local play, totally scuffed. Let's do this. For now, because it's completely scuffed and doesn't work properly, let's just disable local play. So I know that Foonie Flippers disables it. How does Foonie Flippers disable it? I don't know how to disable it. I thought there was like just some kind of a setting. Game mode, no, it's not there. How does this work? Maybe there's another setting that enables local play. There's soft cut. Okay. What if I type in local play? Max local players. That's what I'm looking for. Max local. Disabled until FFA works properly with local players. There we go. You've been battling Safari? Oh no. That's the worst one. That's like Internet Explorer. Alright. So now, refresh, local play is gone. Great. Does the competition have local play though? Because if the competition has local play, I'm gonna have to launch with it. It does not look like... I mean, you could do one player. But... yeah. Wait. Does it auto roll the dice if you don't roll in time? Or did I just misclick? I must have misclicked. Okay. You want to throw a message for Safari to have like some dialogue pop up? You are on a shit browser. Use a non-shit browser. The problem with that, Wolf, is you would block all of iOS. Howdy, Vorty, how's it going? Why is Safari so bad? I don't know. It's just really not great. Unfortunately. I wonder how long until Safari just... I mean, there are certain things that are good about Safari, like battery life, it's really efficient, but just everything else is it's a hot mess. It does not support things properly. Why don't they just use Chromium like Microsoft? I wish they would. That would be good. That would be a really good start, you know? Start with that and then make some optimizations or something. You started learning TypeScript, which is awesome, and you want to learn React later on. Any resources that can help? Literally, like, I get asked this question probably more than just about anything else. You know, this is... okay. How about this? I will try to make a video on this at some point. But the TLDR is make something that you enjoy. But it's a really good question. and I will try to get a video out at some point, and I'll do like a deep dive, and I'll like research it and try to come up with like the best way to do this. But for now, pick something that you enjoy, build it, make it awesome. Funi, for example, is the first thing I did for learning TypeScript and React, and MUI and all that other fun stuff. I just started working on Funi. Alright, anyhow, I've been going for a bit. I would like breakfast, so I'm gonna go find someone to raid, and I'll be back on Tuesday. Don't like updating deps? My solution for that is I just kind of in-house everything over time, and then I don't have to worry about it. Should you learn on the go? Pretty much. Yeah, you should learn a little bit, build a bit, learn a bit, build a bit, and just kind of keep going back and forth. And yeah, basically, you hit the nail on the head. He said, should he learn Go? That's what I thought too. Okay, I was thinking the same thing. All right, who do we want to raid here? Wait, what? Why am I getting like, how is Minecraft similar? All right, we'll stick to the same category. Oh man, there's not many people alive on a Sunday, are there? Okay, I'm not sure who to raid here. We've got Randy, who's still working on a super cute, like, animation game. Like, I love the artwork in this game so much. It's so good. Let's see. Who else do we have? Not a lot of choices. Neon Void? You love lurking and I'm probably gonna do I'm gonna do Randy. Let's raid Randy. Wild synth music? That sounds cool too, but it's not a programmer category. Come on. Alright, take care, y'all. Thanks for being here. And I'll see you Tuesday.